Okay. It should not. The audio is on.
All right. Hold it.
Always. Your name is what?
Marcelo.
Oh,
Marcelo. Thank you. Childish.
These are private lawyers. Okay, pardon me? Okay, got it. Okay, he needs to let me know when he's ready. I think we're up and running. I am on, and I think the music is also on. All right, so we're ready? Okay, good morning. I am Judge Espinosa Dennis, and I will be presiding over the felony first appearance hearings. My understanding is a video has been played to all of you. I need to, has the Spanish interpreter been sworn?
No, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, would you please swear in the interpreters?
Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
Yes, and I have such ability. David Marty, certified court interpreter. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to everyone in your court.
Good morning, sir. Okay, all right, then need to swear in all the inmates, please.
Por favor, damas y caballeros, pónganse de pie, levanten sus manos derechas para ser juramentados.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
Juran solemnemente que el testimonio va a rendirse a la verdad y únicamente la verdad. Por favor, digan que sí, sí es cierto.
Do.
Please introduce himself, the Assistant State Attorney, Assistant Public Defender, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ana Romas on behalf of the state for out-of-state extraditions.
Nessa, on behalf of the state. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Okay.
Good morning,
right.
Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Catherine DeRico.
Eureka. All right, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, okay, so let's proceed with the in-state fugitive calendar. The first one is Ladies Delgado Didios.
I have a different name, Your Honor.
You want to do the out-of-state? Okay, that's no problem. Let's see where these are. Okay. All right, so we're going to do the out-of-state first. Okay, the first one is Ricardo Flormond. Okay. All right, I just signed the order quashing the warrant. Here you go. Do we need to reset on that? No, just the quash. Okay, all right. Humberto Lopez Alvarez. This is on for report.
Or before you are, if he bonded out of his in-state warrant.
You're asking me if he bonded out, or you want
Well,
corrections to advise? Okay, if he bonded out.
And we're speaking about who, I'm sorry?
Lopez Alvarez is a second.
Mr. Lopez Alvarez was already released out of our custody, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, so released. Okay.
How was he released, Your Honor? He was transferred over to
The nature of the release.
Collier?
I believe it was either to, maybe they made arrangements from Collier, but I can't, hold on.
Okay, but we need to know whether he bonded out or he was transferred.
Well, if he bonded out.
Hello?
I'm checking in the system. Can we move to the next person? That way, I'll check it and then I'll come back.
All right, so we're passing on Lopez Alvarez in terms of the release. Moving on to page 2, we have, let's see here, it's Deidre O'Sullivan.
Your Honor, I previously waived the set locals are for August 7th. We'd like to reset August 8th.
Okay, and the locals I have here that he had is F2579388A, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's reset for
August 8th.
Yeah, it's gonna be NBC, but we could do the date. We'll advise.
So it's August 8th AM, okay? The next is Kenneth Coble. Also,
Yep.
you have pending locals.
He previously waived, Your Honor, and he's got pending locals. Next is July 7th. We'd like to reset for July 8th.
Right, okay, so is this one also not before the court, corrections?
I believe he's on the Zoom platform.
Zoom number 1, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, I see. All right, so we're just gonna reset for July 8th. Okay. Next one is, see here, Marcus Williams.
Right here.
All right, Mr. Williams, good morning. All right, let's see here.
Good morning.
Zoom
Apparently-
number 2, Your Honor.
Yes, you have locals.
It
No,
looked
he
like
has no locals. He was reinstated back to the probation.
So the one on F-25-3290, it says here, yes.
Yes, he's ready to go.
So that's been closed. What do you want to do?
Is he ready to go, Your Honor?
Bring it off.
Correction, is he ready to go? Has nothing
Well,
else?
what it says here is defendant sentenced to probation on the case.
Right, or, all right, so we need to confirm if his locals have been closed. If he's been.
It has been.
Who's talking? I'm sorry.
Marcus.
Sir, don't.
Mr. Williams, I'm going to advise that you
Mr.
don't.
Williams, please do not speak. This is between the warrants. So warrants, I don't know, they put him on probation on the case. I don't know if we send him and then bring him back. I'm not sure how that works.
But the case here has been closed. He's entered a plea of some sort and he's been put on probation, correct?
That's correct, Judge. I see here that it was closed on yesterday, it appears, in Judge Hirsch and Milton Hirsch's division.
Any special conditions on the probation?
What
It doesn't state it on here, that's why I was asking.
the calendar just says, and I guess the clerk will realize, it says conviction, probation special condition, but it doesn't tell me what it is. So can the clerk access the record and see what the special condition of probation is? Yes, it's F-25-3290.
Ms. Ramos, do you know anything about that when they put him on probation and they have an out-of-state fugitive?
I don't. I think sometimes they're able to contact the probation officer and schedule a report date after the extradition is complete, but I'm not really sure about the logistics of that.
Nothing? Okay, so the clerk is not picking up anything. What do you want to do?
I said we started the extradition, Your Honor.
All right. So has there been a previous waiver on this?
Yes, he's previously waived. He's ready to go.
All right, so when do you want to reset it for?
15 days, July 14th.
July 14th it is, okay? All right,
He's got 2 cases, the same.
and Marcus Williams, this is the other one?
That's the other one. Yes.
Okay, and the same situation on that one?
Same situation.
So we have to also reset July 14th, we said, right?
Correct.
Luis Rodriguez. Bottom of page 3, top of page 4.
His locals are set for July 7th. We need to reset July 8th.
He previously waived?
Yeah.
He previously waived.
All right, so reset, you said July 8th? Okay.
I have here for his locals, October 1st.
Yeah, so see, just this morning, they just said it as July 7th. Yesterday was October 1st. I don't know if
Okay, so which one is it? Makes a difference?
I will do,
These.
They might have changed the date. Okay, I'm sorry.
I will do July 15th.
July 8th? Yes, okay.
Better be on the safe side.
And then we have Zaire DeFries.
It's previously waived. His locals are set for Monday, June 30th, and to reset for June 1st.
Reset. July 1st.
Okay, and then back to Mr. Lopez Alvarez. Yes, he went to Collier County with a hold for the out of state.
Perfect. We'd like to put it for the 30th for a quash.
Okay, I passed that one down. Which one was this one? This one? Yes. So when do you want to reset this one? I'm sorry?
Monday, June 30th, Your Honor.
So, reset June 30th. Okay. So that's it for the in-state. I mean, I'm sorry, out of state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so now the in-state
They got number 4.
one on the calendar is use Ladies Delgado de Dios,
And Judge, she is gonna need the interpreter.
Spanish.
Yes.
All right, good morning.
Buenos días.
Morning. You have a warrant out of Hillsborough County. The total bond amount is $15,000. Are you here for her?
Usted tiene una orden de arresto del condado de Hillsborough, una fianza, el monto total es $15,000.
All right, the charges are dealing in stolen property, which has $7,500 bond in one count.
Las acusaciones son las siguientes, es la trata de efectos hurtados, en esa tiene $7,500 de fianza.
And providing false information to a pawnbroker, another $7,500.
Y el proveerle información falsa a un montocambista, no montocambista, a una agencia de compra de usos robados, identificación falsa, son 7,500.
All right, so we're going to reset in 15 days.
Su
Yes.
señora le va a postergar este caso por unos 15 días.
Sure that she's been transferred to Hillsborough, so we're going to set this for July 14th.
Así que vamos a ver si la han transferido al condado de Hillsborough. Esto lo van a postergar hasta el día 14 de febrero. July 14th, ¿ya?
July 14th, right.
Al día 14 de febrero.
They should
De
take
de
julio.
julio.
14 de julio.
July 14th.
14 de julio.
Take about 15 days, maybe earlier. Okay.
Saldrá en 15 días, quizás antes.
All right. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Muy bien, gracias, señora.
Next is Valentina Ramirez.
She's also gonna need the Spanish interpreter.
Here. Thank you.
Stand right here, please, ma'am. You need Spanish interpreter.
Ms. Ramirez, you have a warrant out of Manatee County. There is no bond on that warrant.
Señora, usted tiene una orden de captura de parte del condado de Manatí y en esa no hay fianza.
Charges are burglary of an unoccupied conveyance.
Se le acusa de allanamiento armado a un vehículo ocupado.
All right, so I'm going to reset this for 15 days, which will also be July 14th of 2025, to make sure that you have been transported to Manatee to resolve this case.
Su
Okay.
señoría va a postergar esta vista por unos 15 días hasta el 14 de julio del 2025, a ver si usted ya ha sido transferida o la podrán entonces dejar salir.
Good luck to you, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora.
All right, Katia Delgado Miranda. All right, do you speak English?
Katia, ¿hablas inglés?
Yes.
Okay, all right, you have a fugitive warrant out of Putnam County. My understanding is the total bond is $1,000. It's for a first-degree misdemeanor trespass onto property. Okay. So I'm going to reset this in 15 days so that you're transported. It'll be July 14th, 2025, okay? Good luck, ma'am. Next case is Javier Calvo. Mr. Calvo?
Sí, yes. Sí, su señoría.
All right, Mr. Calvo, you have a warrant with Broward County. The total amount looks like it's no bond. There are several. Do you speak English, first of all?
Señor
No.
Calvo, ¿habla inglés o no? No, no.
That's okay. Okay, so advise him that he has a fugitive warrant from Broward County
Usted tiene una orden de captura del condado de Broward.
for no, and there's no bond.
No hay fianza establecida.
Charges are as followed: one count of criminal use of personal identification,
Se le acusa de uso fraudulento de identificación personal.
one count of possession of methamphetamine,
También se le acusa de posesión de metanfetaminas.
One count of possession of drug paraphernalia and driving while license suspended and revoked.
Una acusación de tener accesorios de narcótico y de estar manejando con una licencia mientras ya estaba revocada.
So you should be transported back to Broward in about 15 days. So I'm going to reset this for July 14th to make
Se
sure.
lo transportarán de aquí a unos 15 días a el condado de Broward, así que su señoría está postergándolo esto hasta el 14 de julio
To make sure that you can transport it. Okay.
para asegurarnos de que usted lo transportaron. Bien, gracias.
Marcelo Pinochet,
Here, Your Honor.
do you speak English, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a fugitive warrant out of Osceola County, sir, with no bond. The counts are a violation of probation regarding some kind of fraud charge. Actually, there's 2 counts of a violation of probation. So I'm going to reset this in 15 days to make sure that you've been transported to address this. So let's reset July 14th, 2025. Okay? Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
William Lewis. Morning. Mr. Lewis, good morning, sir. You have a fugitive warrant out of Collier County. There is no bond on that, and it's for 1 count. It looks like contempt of mental health court order. Okay. So I'm going to reset this in 15 days to make sure that you've been transported. This will be set on the calendar July 14th, 2025. Good luck to you, sir. Next case is John Hadjopoulos.
Mr. Vargas is on Zoom.
This Hadjopoulos. This is the next one on the calendar. John, is this John George Hadjopoulos?
He should be on the Zoom, Your Honor. If he's not, we could go ahead and give him the date.
I don't have him on. I don't see him. All right. So the reset is going to be the same. It's going to be July 14th, 15 days, 2025. Next case is Chris Vargas, and he is on Zoom.
Yeah,
Vargas, you speak English, sir?
yeah, a little bit.
Pardon me?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah,
Okay. All right. Do you need an interpreter?
no,
All right. You have a fugitive warrant out of Palm Beach County, and the total amount is a bond is $7,000. That's for 1 count of grand theft, which is $5,000, 1 count of petty theft, $1,000, actually 2 counts of petty theft. So total bond, $7,000. I'm going to reset this in 15 days, sir, to make sure that you've been transported to address this case in Palm Beach County. So let's reset for July 14th.
all right.
Okay. Next case is Douglas Castañeda.
He's gonna need the Spanish interpreter.
Mr. Castañeda, good morning. I have an interpreter here for you, sir.
Señor Castañeda, buenos días. Tenemos un intérprete aquí para usted.
Okay, you're here because there's a warrant, fugitive warrant from Monroe County for you. The total bond on that warrant is $50,000.
Señor, usted tiene una orden de captura del condado de Monroe. La fianza, el monto total son $50,000.
Okay, so it's for a violation of probation of an underlying case dealing with possession of undersized gray snapper and mutton snapper.
Es por el quebrantamiento de su libertad condicional por posesión de peces que estaban por debajo de la captura correcta, por debajo del tamaño de la captura correcta, y la fianza, de nuevo, creo que ya se lo mencioné, pero es de $50,000.
All right, so I'm going to set this in 15 days to make sure that you've been transported to Monroe to address this matter. So this will appear on the calendar on July 14th of 2025.
señor le va a postergar esta vista por unos 15 días, así que volveremos a ventilar esto el día 14 de julio para ver si ya usted ha sido transferido.
All right, and this concludes the in-state warrants. All right, now on to the main calendar.
Your Honor, if the interpreter, I would apologize if the interpreter could ask for the, what I believe is a Mandarin interpreter. He wrote down Chinese. If they could take him
Yes, we
first.
have 3 clients. We have 3 clients, Your Honor. I believe the clerk gave them to you in order. It's 5, 7, and 11 for the Mandarin interpreter.
Those are the numbers of the cases. In other words, not the page numbers, but the numbers of the
Cases, Your Honor, the first one's going to be F25 13365. Last name is CHEN.
Okay, so that is number 5 on page 2 of our calendar. Okay.
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
New Chen, right? Okay, and the interpreter?
If the interpreter can please unmute, turn on your camera.
Good
Good morning, sir.
morning, Your Honor. This is the interpreter.
Okay, Mr. Huang, have you been sworn this morning, sir?
No, I have not been sworn yet.
I'll have the clerk swear you in, please.
Yeah.
You swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from Mandarin to English and English to Mandarin, to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
Yes, I do.
All right, okay, all right, Ms. Chen, okay, you are before the court, but is it alleged that you have, on June 26th, in the vicinity of 17630 South Dixie Highway in Miami, committed the following offenses?
这说你在6月26号在刚才念那个地址犯下了如下重罪，就指控你。
Okay, one count of deriving support from proceeds of prostitution.
一个是从那个卖淫收入，然后获得收益，
Which is appearing on the calendar as a secondary felony.
这是一个2级重罪。
Another count of unlawful use of a communications device, which is appearing as a third-degree felony.
还有一个使用一个非法的装置，然后是好像是个3级重罪。
And one count of maintaining a house of prostitution, which appears as also being a second-degree misdemeanor.
还有提供卖淫场所就是这个也是好像是2级重罪。
All right, do you have an attorney to represent you, ma'am?
你有律师代理吗？
对，我想请个律师。
Yes, I want to hire attorney.
You want to hire an attorney. Do you have the resources to hire an attorney?
你想请律师吗？你有资源有钱去请律师吗？
有，因为我现在在这里，我想今天可以请个律师吗？
So now I'm here. Is there no way I can hire an attorney today? Get an attorney today?
Well, for purposes, first of all, do you own any property?
首先问一下，你有财产吗？你有房子吗？
没有，我卡里有钱。
I don't have a property, but I have money in my card.
Okay. Do you have any? How much money do you have in your car?
在你那个卡里面有多少钱？
卡里有1万多块钱吗？不知道，几千块钱。
Several thousand to over 10,000, maybe. I don't know.
And for purposes of this hearing, and I didn't announce it, but I'm appointing the public defender unless the court finds that they don't qualify otherwise. So for purposes of this arraignment, I'm appointing the public defender's office.
这个为了今天这个听证这个那个提讯呢，然后我任命这个公社办公室律师的办公室律师来接你的案子，除非在以后证明你没有这个资格，然后有足够的经济能力来自己请律师。
So Judge, the allegations against this defendant are that she's the owner and manager of the spa. So she has arguably the most involvement.
他就这个案子来说，他是这个按摩店的业主， 然后他应该是涉案最深的。
I'm gonna advise that she doesn't speak about the facts of the case as everything is being recorded and can be used against her.
就是现在我想跟你说，就是你不要谈你案子本身，因为每句话都会录下来、记录下来。你说的话有可能在以后作为对你不利的证据。
哦，好。
OK，
All right. Okay. Any argument with regards to bond, state and defense?
然后这个有关这个被告的保释的有什么要说的吗？
For this defendant states requesting standard bond.
就是我们建议就是标准的这个保释的。
And Judge, the defense.
Okay, yeah.
And Judge, the defense is requesting pretrial services given her lack of priors and her ties to the community.
然后这个辩方呢要求就是司法分流，因为他没有前科。
All right, request for pretrial services, given the nature of these crimes is denied. I'm setting standard bond on count 1, $7,500, count 2, $2,500, count 3, $250.
这个他说拒绝那个司法分流，然后现在按标准的那个保释标准来算，第一项罪名是7万5，第二项罪名是2万5，然后第三项罪名是25万。
Making finding probable causes to all 3 counts. Okay.
然后这个13项罪名都有合理依据，然后执行逮捕。
Okay, the next case with the interpreter is Yimei Yang.
下一个案子是以内样。
This one is on page 2 of the calendar as well, number 7.
只说他念那个是在第几页上这个案子。
All right, good morning.
早上好。
All right, ma'am, you arrested and it is alleged that you have committed the following crimes on June 26th in the vicinity of 17360 South Dixie Highway in Miami.
他说这个现在指控你在6月26号，在他刚才念那个地址有犯下以下罪名。
Count 1 is practicing healthcare profession without a license, which is a third-degree felony.
这个是第一项罪名，就是非法然后行医就是从事医疗方面的职业，然后是这个是这个3级重罪。
Practicing massage without a license, first-degree misdemeanor.
然后还有就是那个无证的情况进行按摩是1级轻罪。
And engaging in prostitution, second-degree misdemeanor.
还有就是卖淫是2级轻罪。
I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you.
我会任命一个公社辩护人办公室的律师来为你辩护。
She's one of the workers at the spa.
都是在这个洗浴中心的其中一个。
I think she's been in the country maybe over a little over a year.
应该在这个国家来美国差不多1年多一点。
All right, in all these cases, I'm finding this one probable cause as well. I'm going to set standard bond on these cases. Count 1 is going to be $2,500. Count 2 is going to be $500. Count 3 is going to be $100.
然后这个第一项罪名是2500，然后第二项罪名是$500，第三项罪名是$100的这个保释金，然后我认为有合适依据对你实行逮捕。
Your Honor, would you consider pretrial services given her lack of priors?
In the nature of the
Your
allegation.
Honor, I'm sorry, the last charge was $100?
Yes.
最后一项罪名是$100是吗？对，第三项罪名的保释金是$100。 然后检方说就是能不能考虑进行司法分流参加那个项目？
Underlying is a human trafficking case, so your request for pretrial services is denied. All right, next case.
因为这可能涉及到人口走私，所以说你要求司法分流的要求予以拒绝。
All right, next case is Li Liu.
下一个是利流，
Let me see on page, it looks like 13.
这是第13页好像是，
It's on page 3, Your Honor. She's number
是第3页
It says here,
LIU.
I got it.
LIU。
I got it. Yes, you are correct on page 3, number 11. Okay. All right, good morning.
早上好，
I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you in this case. It is alleged that you committed the following offenses.
这个现在我给你指定一名公社辩护人办公室的律师帮你辩护，然后对你有以下的指控。
Okay, and count 1, practicing healthcare without a license, which is a third-degree felony.
第一个是就无证从事医疗事业，然后这是三级重罪。
All right, count 2, practicing massage without a license, first-degree misdemeanor.
第2项罪名是就是无证去按摩，然后这是3级轻罪。
And count 3, engaging in prostitution, which is a second-degree misdemeanor.
然后还有就是第3项罪名是卖淫，这是2级轻罪。
All right, the court finds probable cause.
法庭认定有合理依据，对你实行逮捕。
And setting standard bond as follows. 2,500. Count 2, 500. Count 3, $100.
然后这个保释金定在第1项罪名2500，第2项罪名500，第3项罪名100美元。
And Judge, would you be willing to consider pretrial services given her lack of priors and a permanent address here in Miami of 10300 Southwest 50th Terrace?
考虑到他没有前科，然后他在佛罗里达有固定住址，刚才念那个住址请求法官能不能给他让他进那个就是司法分流的项目。
Same as the other co-defendants, given the underlying basis for all of these arrests, which is a human trafficking ring, the court is denying the request for pretrial services.
同样理由，考虑到这可能涉及到人口走私的这个集团，所以说拒绝让他参加这个司法分流的项目。
Thank you. Which other falling out of turn? I have at least two private attorneys.
Corrections, we don't have any inmates that need the interpreter, correct? Any further inmates?
No more Mandarin interpreter, no.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just wanted to take the one that's from out of facility, and then we'll take that private attorney if possible, please.
I apologize to interrupt. Nessa, did you send Richard De La Fera anything that he asked? He's been asking for something.
I didn't understand what you said, sir.
It was, I apologize, Jen. It was for Nessa.
Your Honor, on page 19, I need number 61, Mr. Matchin Christopher.
This one. Have you pulled these two attorneys' cases so that we can address them? Okay, all right, got it. Okay. So this is page 19. Christopher Mitchens, yes, corrections?
Yes, Your Honor, this is the added charge for Mr. Mitchens. He had he has other cases, but this is the added charge.
I got it, okay. So I have here an A-form added charge for felony amount of retail theft. That's what it looks like.
I think it's just a misdemeanor, Judge. Would Your Honor set the standard bond of $500?
It's printing out incorrectly. Okay. From Publix. All right, Mr. Mitchens, added charge of petty theft supposedly taking place at the Publix located at 4260 Southwest 152nd Avenue in Miami. Okay, so I'm going to, and is he represented by the Public Defender's Office?
I was just gonna ask, Judge, are we appointed?
This is an add-on, so I'm not sure what happened before.
Oh, you mean on the on his initial case?
Correct.
Your Honor, his initial case, he has a sentence on a misdemeanor, but he's finished by July 26, 2025.
For purposes of today, I'm appointing the Public Defender's Office. This is what does it show? It's only 209. Yep. Okay.
And for the record, we do represent him on his other felony case.
Okay, terrific. All right. I'm setting bond at $100. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and enter a stay away order. All right, Mr. Mitchens, you can't go anywhere near this. Publix located at 4260 Southwest 152nd Avenue, Miami. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck, sir. All right, next case out of turn. Which ones are we?
Mr. Pickett, Your Honor, this is an added charge for Mr. Pickett.
Okay, so that's on page 18.
Corrections, I also put a case in the chat, Tijerino. I know he was previously Ward Z, but I think his attorney may want to waive his presence.
Yes, he's still in Ward D. He's part of our out of turns as well. Thanks. Yes.
Okay. Pickens right here in front of the court. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Judge.
Good morning. All right, sir, you have some added charges. I'm looking here, it looks like one count of dealing in stolen property, one count of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, and one count of grand theft in the third degree. Is he your PD client? Okay.
Yes, Judge.
All right, first count 7,500, second count 2,500, and the third count 2,500.
And Judge, are you finding probable cause unless stated otherwise?
This is these are added charges. I've reviewed this. There's yes, PC is found.
Okay.
Okay. There you go. Next case is, let's see here.
Sophia Silva.
Your Honor, Guillermo La Puente on behalf of Sophia Silva.
Page is this one on? Hold on, let me get my bearings here and see what page is on.
Take your time.
What pages? No, it's on page 3. Got it. Top of page 3. Okay. All right, let's see here. This is on Miss Silva. Okay, got it. Okay. All right, does Ms. Silva need an interpreter?
No.
Okay. Your appearance, counsel, for the record?
Guillermo La Puente on behalf of Ms. Silva. Present with me today is her father, Ruben Silva.
Good morning. Okay, and good morning, Ms. Silva. All right, a couple of things. There's an arrest affidavit that I'm now seeing for the first time, which alleges that Ms. Silva has committed the following offenses. In count 1, burglary with assault and battery, which is a first-degree felony punishable by life. And 1 count of armed burglary, also first-degree felony punishable by life. In addition to which, the state of Florida has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.041 subsection 5D. And I think that's it on this one. Okay, so let me take a look at the arrest affidavit very quickly, and then I'll hear argument. Okay.
Time, Judge. No rush.
There's no stay away order on this one. Oh, yes, there is. The alleged victim is Tatiana Sanchez. Good. All right.
Your Honor, Ms. Silva, this would be her first offense. She's 18 years old, just graduated from San Brendan High. When we talk about the prongs that we have to discuss regarding pretrial detention, I don't believe, well, let me add this, Ms. Silva actually was surrendered by her father, was not picked up by the police. But there's no substantial probability of her fleeing. She has strong ties to the community, a family that takes care of her. Her dad is obviously here. Regarding the danger to the community, Your Honor, this is a one-off situation. I will briefly explain what I have been able to investigate up till now. Ms. Silva had a friend who I'm guessing was in the same apartment as her boyfriend, told her, hey, your boyfriend's here with another girl, picked her up, brought her to the apartment. Ms. Silva had no intention of actually having any sort of altercation in there other than confronting her boyfriend. We have a victim that we have a witness. We have a witness who states that she was attacked first, which would be ripe for a stand your ground argument. Further, this victim in this case, I have text messages with the father in which as soon as this happened, she didn't want to press charges. She didn't want to go forward. What upset the victim and what actually caused all of this, and I do have those text messages, is that my client, not very intelligently, I'll give you that, started posting on social media about the victims. I believe that the state can keep its interests of keeping everybody safe by keeping the stay away order, giving a standard bond. If the court is not inclined to give a standard bond, we take, house arrest, which would be the least restrictive the next least restricted means. But at this time, we're asking for standard bond. Your Honor, this is her first offense, 18-year-old girl. She's not a criminal, Judge, not even close. She's not someone that we have to be scared of in the community, or we have a risk of her fleeing.
State.
Right. So Judge, the statute says that if there's probable cause for a felony of a first degree or higher of one of the enumerated offenses, then the state shall file the motion for pretrial detention. The state is requesting that Your Honor grant the motion, set the case in front of the division judge on Monday to schedule the hearing.
Unfortunately, counsel, the court has reviewed the arrest affidavit and makes a finding of probable cause. I think your argument would be best suited at an Arthur hearing, division judge, that you can then address the specifics of the case, and then perhaps the court might be inclined to modify. But in any event, as we sit here or stand here today, okay, the court does find that there's probable causes of both offenses. These are life felonies. I'm going to issue a no bond order on both counts and a stay away order. I'm going to grant the state's order or motion for pretrial detention. And if she is able to, at some point in time, modify the terms of the release, she will be required, and I want her to understand this, to have no contact with the alleged victim in the case, who is Tatiana Sanchez. That means you cannot have any direct or indirect contact with her. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from this individual, her home, her place of employment, or school at all times, okay? And when I say contact, it means no direct or indirect, which means not in person, not in writing, by telephone, page, or fax, or through third persons. And you also have to stay away from the alleged victim's address, which is 500 Brickell Avenue in Miami, okay? Good luck.
Judge,
Yeah.
when do we know who the division judge will be?
Judge James, it'll print on Monday morning, probably at 9.
I didn't hear Judge
James.
James. You
Thank
got
you,
it?
Judge.
So it'll print on Monday.
It'll print on Monday. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Good to see you. The next case is Camila Ramos, which is on page 3 of the calendar. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bruce Lear, LEHR, on behalf of Ms. Ramos. Also present is her entire family, parents, father of a child, her husband, the whole group.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. All right, this is Ms. Ramos? Okay. Good morning, ma'am. All right, I have an arrest affidavit that says that Ms. Ramos is accused of committing the following crimes. And count 1 is an aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, which appears to be a first-degree felony. And count 2 is resisting an officer with violence to his person, a third-degree felony. I just saw this now, so let me take a quick look at the arrest affidavit.
I'll stipulate to a third-degree felony as to count number 1. It should be battery on a law enforcement officer.
I'm sorry, I could
Not
not,
ag battery is what you're saying, correct?
Yes.
I was going to challenge the probable cause
Okay, well, let me take a look at it, just really, as to that count only,
as to that count.
on the reduced, or now that there's been a stipulated reduction.
Now
which
it's
is an-
a
it becomes a
stipulated
moot argument.
reduction, no more challenge to
Got it.
PC.
All right. So, Madam State, this would be standard. I heard there was an officer, did I not hear right, that wanted to appear on this?
If anybody's here on this case, can you please raise your hand on Zoom? Okay, let's see.
Was advised
There
by
is an officer who's present. I'm going to promote the officer, Judge.
Mhm.
So Officer Sanchez, if you'd like to talk to the judge, you have to unmute and turn on your
I
camera.
apologize. I'm here for Martinez Jose.
Oh, okay. So no.
terrific, right. All right, so,
Would like to address the bond, however.
yes, go right ahead, counsel.
Thank you. My client who attempted to post bond yesterday immediately upon being booked was told she couldn't because they had checked the box of hold for bond hearings. Obviously, that was just a ruse to make her spend the night in jail. They also took a simple battery and made it an aggravated battery. With that type behavior, I would ask for an ROR. She's already been more punished than she should have been. She should have bonded out at around 2 o'clock yesterday, and indeed she tried.
The state's requesting that the court just set a bond.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the
We're
state.
requesting a monetary bond.
They're saying, that the state is requesting monetary bond.
Your Honor, she's a 36-year-old with absolutely no priors. She's a real estate agent. She's lived since coming from Cuba at 4 years old in Dade County. She's no risk of flight. What she was doing was asserting her right to speak in the county commission chamber, and as such, she's certainly no danger to the community.
All right, Mr. Lear, I've reviewed the arrest affidavit, and the arrest affidavit on 4 corners sets forth probable cause for the 2 counts that now have been reduced by stipulation with the state, which is a battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting an officer with violence to his person. So the court, based on that, is going to make a finding that there is probable cause as to both third-degree felonies, and I'm going to issue standard bond in the amount of count 1, $5,000, and count 2 is going to be $5,000. Both counts.
Count 2 already was 2,500.
They had set on a resisting,
Right, that's what it is, Judge. The print said it's 2,500.
corrected, and I see it here, 2,500. So count 1 is 5,000, and 2 is 2,500.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's good to see you again.
Likewise.
And
And
I
good
would-
luck.
Thank you. I would just ask that the corrections reflects that Ronca bail bonds is going to post it because it becomes a free-for-all, unfortunately.
Okay, corrections, you got that?
Yes, Your Honor, but we cannot put that on the jail cards. You're just gonna have to post a bond.
You have the bond, the bond amount, 5,000, count 1, count 2, 2,500. Okay,
Thank you. Always good to see you.
likewise. Hold on, hold on a second. What is this that you're giving me?
Forms?
Okay, what is this?
Also attorney.
Okay, and the attorney, okay, so this is Arturo Flores? Okay. And let's see what page that's on.
Right. Also, corrections, when you have a chance, I'd like to call Tejerino for the private attorney.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so this is on page 7. I'm being told Arturo Flores. Is this Mr. Flores?
Morning.
Are you Mr. Flores, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, let's see what we have here. All right, Mr. Flores. Yeah. All right, you have a private attorney, is my understanding. Yes? That. You don't see him?
Okay, I think it's Mr. Della Fera. I'm gonna promote him to a panelist.
Your Honor, he has a private attorney.
Yes, that's what we're trying to, I think he's logged on. That's why we
Good
were.
morning, Your Honor. Richard Delafair on behalf of Arturo Flores.
Good morning, Mr. Delaferro. All right, I have your client here. My understanding, see here, I have an arrest affidavit that says that Mr. Flores is accused of having committed one count of battery on a person 65 years of age or older and one count of simple battery. And this allegedly occurred on January the 9th, 2024 in the vicinity of 3128 Northwest 88th Street in Miami, okay? Let's see here. Victim number one apparently is the defendant's mother is what I'm reading here. And victim number two was, I guess, a former spouse of the defendant.
So Judge, unless I missed it, I didn't see the age in the A form. And I will note that it does date back to January of last year. Counsel, do you know if the mom wants a stay away order?
Well, here's what I can tell the court and tell the state. In January of 2024, Mr. Flores contacted me about this incident. I learned that the mother and the former spouse had moved to Fort Myers. I contacted them there. They provided me with waivers of prosecution. I submitted them to the detective. We thought it was all over. 3 days ago, Mr. Flores finds out that they're looking for him. I called the detective that I had been communicating with 18 months ago, who said, well, I have to file something because it's domestic. So we arranged for Mr. Flores to surrender right away. We thought it was over. It's not over. And we do have waivers of prosecution. So another thing that I will point out, there is a woman, Mr. Flores's fiance. I know she's trying to get on Zoom. Her name is Yusmila Arancibia. She told me this morning that because I asked if there had been contact between Mr. Flores and either of the two alleged victims in this 18 months, and she says, yes, we go over there to see Mr. Flores's son all the time. We were just there in May. We got invited into the house. We were offered refreshments. So there's no, as far as I can see, there's no animosity here. This was an incident, Judge, where the family.
Counsel, we got it.
Okay.
This is, I'm limited to the four corners. Okay. Taking a look at this, I looked at the age, I pointed out the alleged relationship. However, and the state is correct. I now had a chance to take a look at the A form. It doesn't mention the age. So the state of Florida can do one of two things.
Which I'm not requesting a hearing.
Yeah, so that's what I needed to hear, because they could always reset, bring in their police officer, and they don't want that. So the only thing I can do is find PC for 2 counts of simple battery. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set standard bond on each of those, which will be $1,000 each, because they are with force, and enter a stay away order. Okay, I don't have the authority. They're not here to tell me whether it's gonna be modified or otherwise. So until such time as that takes place, and that may take place in division, forthwith, I have to explain to Mr. Flores that if he's able to postpone, part of the conditions of this release is that he can't have any contact with either of these two people, because then you'll be back in court again. So you cannot, first of all, you can't engage in any criminal activity as part of the conditions of your release. You can't use or possess any illegal drugs. You can't use or possess or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunitions. And if you have any, you have to surrender them to the police department and get a receipt for them and file it with the court. You're prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victims which have initials DM with a date of birth of February 20th, 1974, and 8H with a date of birth of 8/19. I think it's what it says, 1945. That's what it says. But that's a separate, this is an A form. This is a stay order that was filled by the state of Florida, and that information is not contained as it relates to the victim with AH initials in the A form. That means no contact direct or either through email, telephone, social media. You understand that you have to stay away from both of these people, 500 feet away from their home, place of employment, or school at all times. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am, I do understand.
If you possess any personal items in either of the residences that belongs to either of these two individuals, you have a right to enter once with the accompanied by law enforcement officer so that you can retrieve your personal items. Understood?
Okay, but I don't live there.
He doesn't have any property there, Judge.
advise him, okay, that is the case. All right, so that's the disposition. So a total of $2,000 is his bond. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you for your time this morning, Judge.
thank you. Good to see you, counsel. Okay. All right, do we have to take anything else out of turn? There's one more.
There was
There's
one
one
case.
more, Your Honor. He's in Ward D. The client is not here, but his attorney is.
Tejeda William, let me see what pages is on. Do we know?
It's at the end of the calendar.
At the end?
Right. And Mr. Gaviria, can you write in the chat what you got? So we can pull it out of turn for you.
Okay, bottom of page 18. Got it.
Thank,
Good morning.
thank you, Judge, and thank you, State, for promoting me. Andrea Cunill, Cunill, on behalf of Dr. William Tejero.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see him, Miss Eth, but Mr. Gaviria is trying to be present as well on his behalf.
Okay, I'll promote Mr. Gaviria.
Good morning, Your Honor. I logged out just in time.
All right, terrific. Okay, so my understanding is your client, William Tejeda, is in Ward D this morning. See, this was reset previously for today. Okay. The charges are that he's purportedly committed the one count of battery on an emergency medical care provider. Do both of you represent, it's the same office or?
Yes, Judge, we're both representing him. Our pleadings have not made it to the official file to be docketed.
Okay.
But for the record, it's spelled Andrea, Cunill, Frank Gaviria, Gaviria.
The state's just going to be asking the court to set a bond.
Thank you, Ms. F.
To the audio, I can barely hear now. It's very, let's see here, when they switched over to that screen.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Madam
It's just
State.
Just if I think he hasn't been able to post a bond. So if your honor would just set it so that he can post his bond.
Okay. All right, and this appears to be a third-degree felony, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll set bond. It's a third degree with fourth, so it'll be $5,000 with a stay away order.
Right, Judge, we can't do the stay away order because he
We
can't here to acknowledge it, but
I have to read it. I can't do it here.
okay. In division or at a later time.
Thank you, Miss Eth. I appreciate it.
All right,
Thank you, Ms. F. Nice to see you, Your Honor. Have a nice 4th.
I'm going to hang around. I just wanted to make sure the jail card has no holds.
I have
And
no, I have, this is, corrections. We have no hold. It's a $5,000 bond, correct?
Okay. All right.
Okay, we'll have the family posted. Thank you, corrections.
Thank you.
All right. On page,
Welcome.
May I leave?
page 1 of the calendar, yes. Jessica Zambrana.
Zambrana may qualify for TAP.
Good morning, Ms. Zambrana. I appointed the public defender's office to represent you.
Yes, ma'am. Consent appointment?
Okay, so there's PC, but my understanding she qualifies for TAP. So it'll be TAP with the alternate bond of 2,500. Okay, do we need to reset this for a report on TAP?
So she should be set for arraignment in approximately a month. So that would be July 30th in front of Judge Gamez in courtroom 2-3.
You got that, Ms. Zambrano? And she's gonna get this in writing, right?
She's number 1.
Okay. What's your, well, because she's homeless. It looks on the A form.
And then that's why I got a
So corrections, you're gonna set the arraignment date. I mean, the clerk will set the arraignment date. So now we've given her notice.
The arraignment date is July 28th.
Yep. So she's got to come back to court on the 28th.
I got it. Not the 30th, 28th. Okay, so they're gonna give her this, is what I'm trying to say, before she's released. Okay. All right. Good luck, ma'am. Jacqueline Cordero.
She's a bond out, Judge.
Found out, so this is.
And Judge, Miss Gonzalez Perez is going to need the Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Interpreter, Miss Gonzalez, good morning.
Buenos días, señorita González.
All right, my understanding is that it is alleged that you committed the following offenses. One count of a deposit with an intent to defraud by way of a worthless check, 3rd-degree felony, and one count of grand theft in the 3rd degree.
Pero usted tiene 2 acusaciones de delito mayor. Una, de hacer un depósito con lo que usted entendía que era un cheque sin fondos. Y 2, hurto en cuantía mayor, ambos delitos mayores de 3er grado.
This supposedly took place in a, let's see here, in a facility located at 957 Southwest 122nd Avenue.
Esto sucedió en una facilidad que quedaba en el 957 Southwest de la 122 Avenida.
On September 11th of 2024.
Sucedió el 11 de septiembre del año pasado.
She should qualify for pretrial.
La fiscal adjunta, la doctora F, está indicando que usted calificaría para el programa de intervención previa a juicio.
Is she the only one? Or any co-defendants for this? No, right?
No.
Su señoría está preguntando si usted es la única y si hay coacusados. La fiscal adjunta responde que no.
Ma'am, where do you live?
Señora, su dirección, ¿dónde vive usted ahora?
11100 Southwest 196 Avenida 33197. Es que hace poco no me recuerdo bien.
Ok, 196 Avenida. ¿Y el código postal lo recuerda?
Creo que es 33197.
97. ¿Y esto es casa o apartamento?
Un apartamento.
Apartamento número.
19.
Permítame confirmar. 11100 Southwest de la 196 Avenida.
Sí, creo, es que es poquitico que vivo ahí, no estoy muy
Ok,
segura.
muy bien. Y el apartamento es el número 19. El
Sí.
código postal es 33197.
No estoy segura del código postal.
Okay, this is what I could get from her, Your Honor. She's not sure of the avenue nor the zip code. It's 11100 Southwest 196th Avenue, apartment 19, and she believes that the zip code is 33197. She indicated that she just moved in. That's why she's not as familiar with the address.
Hold on a second. Do you know what this would be? Let's, yeah, okay. All right. And how long have you lived there, ma'am?
Señora, ¿y cuánto tiempo tiene usted de vivir en ese apartamento?
Ahí lo que llevo son 2 meses nada más.
I've been there for just 2 months, that's it.
Where did you live before?
¿Dónde vivió usted anteriormente?
En la 14211 Southwest 88 Street 33186.
¿Y eso era apartamento o casa?
Este apartamento.
Apartamento número?
303.
Your Honor, previously she lived on 14211 Southwest 88th Street, apartment 303, and the zip there is 33186. Or was 186. She no longer lives there.
How long did you live there?
¿Y cuánto tiempo duró usted en ese apartamento?
1 año y 2 meses.
A year and 2 months.
All right. Based on what she's telling the court, the fact she has no priors, I'm going to go ahead and review the arrest affidavit and make you find a probable cause. I'm gonna refer her to pretrial services with an alternate bond, count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500. Okay?
Debido a que su señoría ha podido confirmar los dos últimos sitios, parece que usted tiene ya más de un año viviendo aquí y usted no tiene antecedentes penales, su señoría ha determinado que el informe de arresto tiene motivo fundado y le está concediendo el servicio de intervención previa a juicio con fianzas alternas de $2,500 por cada acusación. Muy bien. Buena suerte, señora.
Andy Garcia.
Your Honor, the gentleman that you requested, I'm already getting him ready. So as soon as he's here, I'll let you know, okay?
Thank you very much.
You're
All right, bottom of page 1, Yendi Garcia.
She may qualify for TAP.
This is I'm sorry, Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia, yes?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
speak-
Yes, I do.
She said yes.
All right, you're before the court. It's alleged that you committed the following offenses on June 26th in the vicinity of a busway in Southwest 264th Street. 1 count of tampering, attempted tampering with physical evidence. 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of possession of cocaine. 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of possession with intent to use drug paraphernalia. 1st-degree misdemeanor. 1 count of possession of cannabis, 20 grams or less. And that's it. All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. What are the last contact she has that was a conviction was in 2009, from what I understand, for battery. Everything else has been basically null pros or no action. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, where do you live?
I live with my brother in Liberty City.
Address.
Oh, 1520 Northwest 61st Street, apartment number 8. I'm in Florida 33142.
Good.
Pretrial? Okay. How long have you lived there?
Since 2016.
All right, I'm going to refer her to pretrial services, alternate bond, okay? Yeah, see. Count 1 is 2,500. Count 2, I'm gonna put it $1,000. Counts 3 and 4, $100. Those are your alternate ones. Okay. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Caridad. Of whom? This one? Okay. Oh, Mr. You're okay. Come forward 1 second. Let me just get my bearings. Okay, so we are on page 2, Caridad Munoz, and I have, this is Ms. Munoz. Do you need an interpreter?
Do you need an interpreter? Spanish interpreter?
No.
No.
She does not speak English. All right, so we have, oh, she speaks English.
Yes, she speaks English.
So I need, so is she fluent in English? Ms. Munoz, do you speak English?
What happened?
Do you speak English?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. She's responding over there. All right, sir, who are you? What is your name?
I'm supposed to be the lady's defending her husband,
You're her husband?
yes,
And what is your name, sir?
named Lowell Richardson.
Okay, so you are the alleged victim in this case where she's charged with aggravated battery with a prior conviction. You're the alleged victim.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and,
So I'll explain something.
okay, now hold on. I just need to find out who's who. Who are you, sir? You're-
close friend. My neighbor.
That's the neighbor.
My neighbor.
Okay, so where do you live, sir?
800 Northeast 85th Street.
Okay. All right.
This case was,
Raise your right hand. You swear. Both of you, if you're going to testify, raise your right hands. Do you swear and affirm that anything you're going to testify here today will be true and correct under penalties of perjury?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent Ms. Munoz, and I don't see her. Did we? Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. There is an arrest affidavit that alleges that on September 10th of 2023, okay, Ms. Munoz committed the offense, 2 counts of aggravated battery with a prior conviction in the vicinity of 1042 Northwest 50th Street, Miami. Okay. Let me just read this real quickly.
So again, Judge, back in 23, it's enhanced because of a prior battery conviction, but that was from 10 years ago. allegations are that she hit him with a marijuana grinder, a metal marijuana grinder, and cut him with a folding knife to the arm.
Actually, Judge, I just want to say, it says that the victim then picked up a folding knife and cut him on his arm, so.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I saw it, I'm reading. Okay, so this is almost a 2-year-old case, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Good.
Right, so let me hear from you. Why are you here?
Okay.
Before the court?
Like maybe 45 days after that, me and me and my girl, we got together and we went to the state attorney's office ourselves. They told us they couldn't give us a case number because it wasn't no case. So they gave me a City of Miami detective number that was supposed to be over the case. I contacted him. It's been like almost 2.5 years ago. I contacted the detective. They said wasn't no charges filed. So this morning before I came to court, I went to the stage. I spoke with a supervisor named Miss Brenda, I believe, and I was explaining to her what was going on. That at the time when we came there, they didn't give it wasn't no cases and nothing filed. There wasn't no charges filed. I wasn't trying to pursue no charges.
So sorry, I have a question. Usually in domestic violence cases, the judge issues a stay away order. Are you afraid of Miss Munoz?
No, ma'am, she's not
You
a
want
threat.
the judge to issue a stay away order?
No, ma'am. This case, I've been living with my wife almost. We have had no problems since then.
Okay, but see, this is the problem that I have. Okay, so there's an arrest affidavit that was authored by a detective, okay, that says that this situation occurred on September, and when you read the 4 corners of the instrument, I mean, it alleges or it sets forth what is being charged. Now, a lot of time has passed. You're telling me all these things, but this is not, I don't have a crystal ball that works. And I mean this very respectfully. If the state wants to dismiss the case, they can do that. They can null pros, but they haven't. I
actually signed one this morning.
It's not your decision.
Okay.
Is my point to you. They have to make that decision. They're not announcing anything. I don't hear them. You know, they may do that. They may now reassess and speak to whomever they have to do, and then just, you know, enter an all pros, but they haven't, or, you know, no action. I don't know. I mean, this is, you know, I don't know what stage of their pre-filing this is in. It says here, no setting pre-files at the moment.
And what is, I don't 2 counts. She got 2 counts. I don't understand.
No. Yes, 2 counts. Yes.
How she get 2
And
counts?
well, if you read the A form, it says that on November, let's take a look at it. On November the 10th of 2023, at approximately 14:15 hours, both parties got into an argument in reference to money and wanted to separate. The defendant grabbed a metal marijuana grinder and hit the victim in the face. The victim then picked up a folding knife and cut him on his arm. So I'm not sure.
I think there may be an issue with the officer may have made a mistake. Judge, regardless of everything, in light of what
Because I knew that it was going to come. I didn't sign any statements. I told the police I didn't want to. It was someone else called.
This is better suited. There's other processes that.
Okay.
Today, I don't have the detective. I have you. I have an arrest affidavit sworn by a police officer. I have a state attorney that needs to do her due diligence. You know, I mean, things you could.
I called the detective for her when he came to the house yesterday and had him to come.
But they're not here. Do you have any detectives here?
Judge, there's probable cause from what the officers wrote. That being said, based upon the victim's testimony, as well as the age of the case, maybe reduce the bond or give the defendant a program and modify the stay away order.
I'm making a finding as to 1 count of what appears to be, you know, this is charged as an aggravated battery. It's a metal grinder. Other than that, I don't even know what, it looks like it's a mutual combatant type of thing. So what I'm going to do is find simple battery. Okay. PC as to 1 count of simple battery. Okay. The bond on that is going to be, it's typically would force $1,000. Okay. And I'm going to enter a modified stay away order. So listen to me carefully, because what this means is that you want her that she'll be allowed to have contact with you.
Well, we share the
They
same
said,
house.
finish here. Okay, I'm trying to help here, but I'm limited, okay? I'm limited into what I can do, all right? So it says here, the defendant is allowed to have contact with you, the alleged victim, but is prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards you in any way. So whatsoever. So if there's no violence, you guys are good, okay?
Yeah.
And I'll make a note, and the record reflects that you've been here and you've testified you're not afraid of her, okay? That you thought this case was gone, that until recently you spoke to a detective and everybody's surprised that it's here, okay? So now you need to reach out to that detective, to the state attorney, and do what you need to do. So hopefully they can dismiss this case, if indeed that's what they want to do. But remember, the decision's not yours. It's the state of Florida, okay? All right, so I'm gonna put this in here.
And Judge, on count two, you're gonna ROR?
And yes, on the second count, ROR. So that's 100 on one and ROR on the other one with a modified state.
1,000.
1,000, no what? Yes, 1,000. Modified state legal. Okay,
So what's the total bond?
1,000. All right, you're set.
Excuse me, could I want to know the detective name on the report?
You got to talk to the state. I don't, oh, on the here?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them. Where? Let me see here. Oh, it says Ford, his last name, E, the first initial E, and then Ford, and there's a sergeant also, Sergeant Lee. There's a bunch of officers involved in this. Noguera, it's on the A form. Once you get the copy of the original, you have all of their names. Okay, and you're entitled to them. From the police department, you can read them. Okay.
Got from bond out.
All right, good luck to you. I hope you're able to work this out. All right.
All right. Bond out.
Okay, all right, back on, let's see here. Pamela Perez Guerra on the bottom of page 2. Is that you? Do you speak English?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Miss Perez Guerra, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, Ms. Perez Guerra, I have an arrest affidavit here that says that on June 26th in the vicinity of 2412 Northwest 27th Avenue, you committed the following offenses: 1 count of criminal mischief, $1,000 or more, which is a 3rd-degree felony; 1 count of battery on a law enforcement officer, correction officer, or firefighter, 3rd-degree felony; and 1 count of resisting an officer with violence to his person, which is also a 3rd-degree felony. All right, now. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. This is supposedly took place at La Familia Market. Okay, and let me take a look at the A form and.
Judge, I'll stipulate that there's no amount of damage alleged on the first count, so it would be a misdemeanor rather than a felony.
Okay. She closed out a strong arm robbery and a burglary. Strong arm, it looks like on July of 2024. Another battery on a Leo 2018. All right. Okay.
She was released from prison July 30th of 24.
All right, I'm going to set bond as follows. Count 1, I'm going to set it $250. Count 2, 5,000. Count 3, 2,500. There's a stay away order with regards to La Familia Market, ma'am. If you're able to post the bond, you can't go anywhere near this place, which is located at 2410 I'm sorry, 24
Yes, ma'am.
Northwest
Yes.
7th Avenue, okay?
And Judge, given that she is homeless, would you be willing to entertain TAP?
Not with his record. No. Sophia Silva, page 3. Did I miss one?
We addressed her with a private attorney.
Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. So we're here now with Jamia Phils. There we go. This is bottom of page 3. It's got 2 cases. Is this Ms. Phils?
Yes.
Yeah? Good morning. All right, my understanding is she's out on felony bond in case number F24-15819A, which is in Division 4. So she should have a hold on that case. Okay, and before the court, ma'am, I have 2 arrest affidavits, one in case number F25-13371, which alleges that you committed the following offenses: 1 count of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of grand theft in the 3rd degree, 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of fraudulent use or possession of a identification or personal ID card, 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of fraudulent use or possession of a credit card of $100 or more, another 3rd-degree felony, and that supposedly took place in the vicinity of 1600 Northeast 1st Avenue. And then the other case, which is F25-13372, it's alleged that on March 30th of 2025, in the vicinity of 2975 Southwest 8th Street in Miami, Unit 134, you committed the offense: 1 count of dealing in stolen property and 1 count of see here, providing false information to an owner or property. Not sure what that. Under Florida Statute 539.001. Okay. All right. I've appointed the public defender's office in both of these cases. All right, in case number, the one ending in 13371, I'm finding probable cause as to all counts, setting standard bond, count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500, count 3, 2,500, and count 4, 7,500. It's alleged that over almost $12,000 of value of the items stolen. I don't see a stay away on this. Let me just see here. And remember, she has the hold on the probation case in the case ending in 13372. Madam State, what is the 3rd count? I can't even read.
So when you pawn something, you have to attest that you actually own it, that it's not stolen. So it's for falsely saying that she owned property that was stolen.
First degree misdemeanor. I have to look at the statute on that. That's what it's saying. All right, well, the standard bond. On count one is 7,500, count two is 15,000.
It should judge it no, because if you look at the statute, it says by an unauthorized alien, so it's not. So at best, it's a second degree felony.
By an authorized alien?
Unauthorized alien, if your honor looks at the A form next to the charge. So she was booked incorrectly.
Okay, so just providing false info, that's what, a third, second?
I think it's a second, but if your honor would set it the bond as if it was a third,
You think it's a second, but I should set it as a third.
right? Because it's kind of part of the dealing in stolen property. It's fine. She got the hold anyways.
Okay, so this is enough, so that's 2,500. All right, corrections, count one 7,500, count two 2,500. Okay. On the case ending in 13372. Bottom page 4, Maria Boivena. Do you speak English, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. You're charged to, that you committed the offense of attempted burglary of an unoccupied dwelling on June 26th in the vicinity of 11362 Southwest 189th Street in Miami. Okay. She's not on probation, right?
No, Judge.
She was released from prison February 22nd of 24, requesting a bond.
$2,500 bond with a stay away order. Ma'am, if you're able to post the bond, you cannot go anywhere near this property, which is 11362 Southwest 189th Street in Miami. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Your Honor, the gentleman that you needed us to take out a term for the private attorney, he's gonna be present next.
Okay. All right, let's pull that one. That's the gentleman.
Number 53.
And what page is this one? 16. 16. I'm being told page 16.
Also, Your Honor, he has a fugitive from Broward County with a $5,000 bond.
Okay.
Corrections, who's this gentleman? I'm sorry.
This is Mr. Hartaj.
Hartaj.
On page 16 of the calendar. Monte Hartaj. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Good morning. And ma'am, who are you?
I'm his wife,
And your name?
Brandy Jackson. I'm the victim.
The alleged victim. Okay. All right. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Yes.
Be sworn to affirm that everything you're going to testify here today will be true and correct under penalties of perjury.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So let me just 1 second and let me take a look at this. All right. So there is an arrest affidavit that I've just received of what charges or alleges that Mr. Hartaj has committed the offense of 1 count of kidnapping, which is a first-degree felony punishable by life, and 1 count of domestic violence battery. Okay. On March 21st of 2025 in the area of Expressway I-95 Northwest 125th Street. Okay. Alleged victim being Brandy Jackson, that's you?
Yes, that is
Okay,
me.
so the state of Florida has also filed in conjunction with this, a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 917041 subsection 5D, meaning want them to be held no bond and enter a stay away order, which the type of offense carries a no bond possibility. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a look at the arrest affidavit and then I'll be asking you some questions.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. So you're husband and wife, is
Yeah.
what it says, okay?
Yeah.
How long have you been married?
3 years. Together 20.
20. Okay. There's a lot of charges for aggravated battery. And don't answer them. Just these are my observations, of which most of them were. Some of them were on a pregnant woman, and they were no action. A lot of them, meaning the state didn't proceed with them. All right. Okay. What is it that you want to tell the court, ma'am?
I don't want to press charges. I was never kidnapped. I was never kidnapped. I don't even know how that got in the report. I was never kidnapped. We lived together.
So you never called the police?
I never called the police. Someone else did.
Face was never swollen, bruised in your left eye, and bleeding from your nose and mouth.
Yes, but I never was kidnapped.
Okay. All right. All right, state.
I believe there's probable cause from the 4 corners of the affidavit.
What determines the charge is the elements, okay? That's going into a legal explanation. That is not my role here today, okay? This judge's responsibility today is to look at the arrest affidavit and see if within the 4 corners it alleges what the crime is. And if so, then what mechanisms the court can put in place to ensure the safety of the community, as well as, you know, these type of offenses, as I told you, call for no bond. They're very serious, okay? I mean, he's charged with the domestic violence battery. In addition to that, defense, do you wish to say anything? Do we have Miss Derica? Is she still on? All right, well. I'm going to find that there's probable cause, okay?
Yes.
And he can, through his lawyer, seek, once he's in front of the division judge, to have a reconsideration, if you will, of the no bond status. Okay, I'm going to grant the motion filed by the state for pretrial detention. That means he's not going to have a bond until further order of the court if that does occur. You obviously have to reach out to the state attorney's office, because as I've told others before you this morning, the decision of whether to proceed with these charges or not is going to be up to the state of Florida. Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
what if the kidnapping never happened?
Well,
So I don't know why it got held against him.
Okay.
I was never kidnapped. I was the one driving the car.
Okay. Oh, I know. I saw that. Okay, I'm going to set no bond on count 1 and on count 2, I'm going to set $1,000 bond. And I'm going to enter a stay away order, okay, until further, this is pretty serious, okay? There's no question, and you've been frank with the court that you did have a swollen face, that you do have bleeding, you know, bleeding nose, bleeding, so he needs to stay away from you, and that's something that you can also speak to the state about, but I'm not comfortable at all today entering into a modified order, okay?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if he's able to post bond, he is precluded. He cannot come near you, okay?
Yes,
He has to stay at least 500 feet away from you. He can't call you. He can't have somebody else call you. He can't send you anything over social media. And if you have children in common, which I saw you did, he's gonna have to bring that up in the family court to see what kind of contact, if any, he can have, with those children, because I'm sure there's gonna be a report made to the Department of Children and Families as a result of this incident, and they will investigate. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you, and good luck to you, Mr. Hart. Okay. Okay, back on the calendar. Page 5, Rolando Suarez. Mr. Suarez, do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am.
You are before the court because it's alleged that you have committed 4 counts of possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. And this supposedly took place on June 26th in the vicinity of 745 Northwest 40th Avenue, okay? I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Let me just take a look at the safe form and see if it contains the elements that I need, and then I'll address your bond status. Did I miss the 4th date? I have a May 8th, 2025 attempt to purchase. I have a June 5th, 2025, a June 25th. That's 3 counts. Melissa?
And then there's today, okay.
I mean, I oh, so on the date of arrest, he had another, well, no. Well, he was arrested on the 26th, and he says on today's date, which is the 26th, he was observed walking out of his residence and taken into custody, and pursuant upon execution warrant, they found a Mossberg Maverick Model 88, a 20 gauge pump and action shotgun. But not sure if that's part of the search warrant on June 25th. It's not clear. I think there's only 3 counts unless you can.
Fine, Judge.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna make a finding of probable cause as to count 1, 2, and 3. And it's $7,500 bond on each of those. I'm not finding PC as to count 4, so that's ROR and PC. Okay, good luck to you, sir. No PC is to count 4, so that's ROR. Right, on count 4. The others
No
are
PC release outright?
on count 4. Counts 1, 2, and 3 are $7,500 each. Okay. Jose Carrillo.
Judge, we're gonna have to pass him. He's in jail arraignment.
Okay, so just pass until the end? Is that, or you want to put
We'll
it on?
just pass so he gets here.
Got it, okay. Hold on to this, 'cause that's gonna come back. Okay, the other one is Everell Baptiste. Is this Mr. Baptiste? Yes? Okay,
Yes,
Mr. You are here. It looks like they claim that you've committed 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 1 count of simple battery on February 9th of 2025 in the vicinity of 1200 Northwest 67th Street, apartment 209. Supposedly victim and you are ex-girlfriend ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend for the past 2 years with 2 kids in common. The alleged victim is Zara.
Zaria.
RYA Lavarity. Okay, all right. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me take a look at the arrest affidavit. Okay. All right, I'm finding probable cause. Setting bond on count 1 at $5,000, count 2 at $1,000 with a stay away order. That means, sir, if you're able to post bond, you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with Lavarity, Miss Lavarity. That means you have to stay at least 500 feet away from her home, place of employment, school at all times. I know it looks like you have children together. You have to go to court and get permission, because there likely will be an investigation in the dependency division as it relates to this incident. Okay.
Judge, given his lack of local priors, would you be willing to consider pretrial services?
Not on this case, no ma'am. All right, next case is Cesar Santos Delgado.
Need the bond out, Your Honor?
Okay. This is Juan Arango.
No, Judge, he's at jail arraignment.
So we need to pass.
We need to pass.
If
on
we
it.
could pass.
So pass on this one. This one we're passing. What do you want me to do with the passes? Just give it to him. That was under that one. Okay, the next one is Peter Newton. Is this
Yes, he's present.
Mr. Newton? Good afternoon. Actually, good morning still. Sir, it is alleged that you committed 1 count of grand theft in the 2nd degree, which is 20,000 to 100,000, secondary felony, and 1 count of organized scheme to defraud, 3rd degree felony in the vicinity. This is on July 10th of 2023 in the vicinity of 18341 South Dixie Highway, Palmetto Bay. Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let's take a look at this arrest affidavit and see if it has the elements, and then
No, it's
I'm sorry.
it's a lot of money, but he has limited criminal history.
Okay, he has 1 prior no action. It looks like for Agbat in 1992. This is construction related, it looks like. Bank. He may not even qualify for the service of the public defender. Alleged victim is Martiel Swanko. I'm going to set standard bond on this with a stay away order. Count 1 7,500.
Judge, would you be willing to consider house arrest on this particular case? Mr. Newton John is the primary caretaker of his wife, who's suffering from brain atrophy. He does need to be home to take care of her.
Also take her to appointments.
What documentation do you have that would substantiate this?
What, I'm sorry?
Documentation.
Yeah, what documentation? I mean, this is,
I mean, you can call her and she can give you the doctor's name.
this
When
is
they arrested me, I didn't walk with documentation, Your Honor.
operation. Okay, he may not qualify, as I said, for the public defender's office, not sure. For purposes of this arraignment, I'm not inclined, to do any pretrial services. I was gonna set standard bond at 7,500, count one, count two, 2,500 with a stay away order. That's $1,000.
Oh, Judge, I was requesting house arrest.
Not inclined to do that, ma'am. All right, it's a crime, looks like a crime of sophistication. All right. Next. This is Daniel Rodriguez. Daniel Rodriguez. Is this Mr. Rodriguez? Do you speak English, sir?
Your
I
Honor,
can't-
he's being held on a probation violation, no bond.
Yes, I have him out on probation in case number F1610496. So he will have a probation hold on that case until he goes in front of that judge, Division 14.
Your Honor, did he ever answer? Señor Rodríguez, ¿habla usted inglés?
He speaks English.
Oh, okay.
In this case, he is charged with possession of a controlled substance, MDMA, which is a third-degree felony, allegedly taking place on June 26th of this year in the area of 11503 Quail Roost Drive in Miami. Okay, so this is a search. Bond 2,500. But he's got the probation hold, okay? PC found. Next case, Lloyd Parson.
He may qualify for pretrial.
Good morning, sir. All right, it's claimed that you committed the offense of the possession of a controlled substance, third-degree felony, and possession with intent to use drug paraphernalia, first-degree misdemeanor on June 26 in the area of 17317 Homestead Avenue. Okay, he just has a prior cannabis, which was withheld back in 2011. Where do you live, sir?
17255 Southwest 95th Avenue, apartment B 1558.
Southwest, what avenue? This is wrong.
Apartment B 158.
I have a 10950 Southwest and 107.
Yeah, that too.
That's
Awesome.
two addresses?
Yes, ma'am.
So which is the real one? The 105.
109.
The 10950 Southwest 177th Street?
Correct.
And who do you have a name of either a family or friend that can confirm your address that you can
Yeah,
give?
my dad, Leonard Farquharson.
Okay, and what's the telephone number for him?
786-259-2136.
Okay, so confirm to pretrial services, alternate bond. Okay. $500 count one, $500 count two. Next case is Abraham Garcia.
He's a bond out, Your Honor.
Next case is Omari Rodriguez.
Judge, he does need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, is this Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, good morning. You are here before the court because it is alleged that you have committed the following offenses, sir.
Buenos días, señor Rodríguez. Usted está aquí ante este tribunal porque se alega que usted cometió los siguientes delitos.
Judge, we can waive the reading of the
Okay,
charges.
Su abogado quiere que no se haga lectura formal de las acusaciones que hay en contra suyo.
right. You will advise him of what they are.
Correct.
La abogado que se encuentra a su izquierda le va a informar de cuáles son dichas acusaciones.
Okay, in addition to which the state of Florida has filed
Además, la fiscalía también ha presentado el siguiente pedimento.
a motion for pretrial detention,
Para retención previa a juicio,
and they've also provided a proposed no contact order from the alleged victim whose initials are MC.
también han propuesto una orden de no contacto, una propuesta para orden de no contacto con la víctima cuyas iniciales son M de Manuel, C de Carlos.
Okay.
You know, and I apologize. When I said those two names, it sounded like I was giving the name. It was just M as in Manuel and C as in Carlos. Now I realize it sounded like the name.
You're good, you're good. Okay. All right, any arguments with regards to probable cause so I can make my findings?
Argumentos con respecto a motivos fundados para su señoría poder determinar sus hallazgos.
All right, the court has reviewed the arrest affidavit and will grant the state's motion for pretrial detention, and that's related to count 2 of the arrest
1
affidavit.
and 2.
I'm sorry, Nessa, you said
Counts
1 and 2?
and 2.
Okay. Su señoría ha determinado mediante el informe de arresto que hay motivo o motivos fundados para las acusaciones y va a conceder el pedimento de la fiscalía antes de las acusaciones 1 y 2 para retención previo a juicio.
And then as to count 3 and 4, the bond is going to be $5,000 on count 3 and $1,000 on count 4. No bond.
Y con respecto a las acusaciones 3 y 4, $5,000 de fianza con la acusación número 3, $1,000 de fianza con respecto a la acusación número 4 y no tiene fianza en las acusaciones 1 y 2.
Honor, what was 5?
Oh, is there another? Oh my gosh, yes, you're absolutely right.
Una de las carceleras preguntó por la acusación número 5 que aparentemente no había visto su señoría.
That is $1,000 on count 5.
Acusación número 5 va a ser $1,000 de fianza.
Thank you for pointing that out. With regards to the stay away order, if he's able to post a bond or modify any of these conditions, one of the conditions of any release will be that he cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case whose initials are MC.
Y si acaso sí puede usted adquirir fianza, va a haber una orden de alejamiento con la supuesta víctima, con las iniciales MC, donde usted no podrá tener contacto ni directo ni indirecto con supuesta víctima.
At least 500 feet away from the alleged victim.
Tiene usted que estar a todo momento dado mínimo a 500 pies de distancia a la supuesta víctima.
Not use or possess any drugs, do not have any weapons, and not commit any criminal activity.
Usted no puede poseer narcóticos ilícitos, no puede poseer armas, ni puede participar, no estar en ningún tipo de conducta delictiva.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, caballero.
Top of page 8, Tony DeFell. All right, Mr. DeFell, good morning, sir. It's alleged that you committed the following offenses on June 26th in the area of 626 Lincoln Road, which 1 count of possession of suspected promethazine, third-degree felony, 1 count of battery, first-degree misdemeanor, 1 count of providing a false name after arrest, a first-degree misdemeanor, and 1 count of threatening to do bodily harm or harm to a law enforcement officer, a first-degree misdemeanor. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. And I'm going to take a look at the arrest affidavit to determine your bond. Does he have anything else pending?
Nothing pending. He's got an address on the A form of Tennessee, but he had some recent arrests in Miami.
In 2025. Withhold, I see here, June 18.
What is the?
Judge, he does have a local address here in Miami-Dade.
Alleged victim is an Alan Newell. And this is in a restaurant. The manager. Oh, there was more charges on the second page, possession of cannabis and criminal mischief. I didn't see those. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna make a finding of probable cause as to all counts. Count 1, these are the bonds amounts. I'm not gonna grant pretrial on this. $2,500. Count 2, $1,000. Count 3, $500. Count 4, $150. Count 5, $150. And count 6, $500. With a stay away order. If he's able to post the bond, he can't go anywhere near this restaurant. Ole Ole Restaurant at 626 Lincoln Road, and nowhere near the manager, whose name is Alan Neville, Nahvel. He just entered a plea a couple of days before this happened, and he has no local address. All right, Gator Trayon. Trayon. You, Mr. Trayon, sir? Yes? Okay, good morning. Mr. Trayon, you're charged with 1 count of possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. This is supposedly occurring on June 26, 2025 in the vicinity of West 6th Avenue and 16th Street in Hialeah. I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. .9mm with 8 rounds. And he's got conviction from Volusia County. All right, PC's found, standard bond $7,500. Next case is Pantoja Alex Pantoja, and this, he's out on felony bond. Case number F25-10982. Good morning, Mr. Pantoja. Do you speak English?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just said, but you had not in the room yet, that you are out on, looks like on bond in case number F25-10982 is my understanding. And then that is verified, then you came up with this case, so there's going to be a hold on you until you go in front of that judge. On this case, sir, it is alleged that on June 26th of this year, in the vicinity of 200 Southwest 13th Street, which is a Walgreens, it looks like you committed the offense of grand theft in the 3rd degree. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to take a look at your, on this case, the bond. Where's the, oh, here it is, 956.87. Okay. Bond is set at $2,500. And a stay away order. You cannot, if you're able to post bond and resolve the other case, you cannot go anywhere near this Walgreens store located at 200 Southwest 13th Street. Good luck to you, sir. Next case is Raymond Griffin. Wait a minute, we missed something. Did I do that? This is Martinez, Jose Martinez. Okay, there we go. Is this Martinez?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez. Do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You are before the court, sir, because it is alleged that you have committed the following, and he has a felony bond hold as well. He's out on bond in case number F25-6570. So we will have a hold on that.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here for this case as well.
I'm sorry, your name?
Officer Sanchez.
Oh, hi, Officer Sanchez. I can't see you, but I can hear you. Okay, you're here on this case?
Yes. My apologies.
That's fine. There we go. I see you now. Yes. Good morning. All right, Martinez. So the new case, which is F25-13370, it's alleged that on June 22nd of this year, in the vicinity of 2369 Southwest 17th Terrace in Miami, you committed the offense of one count of burglary of an occupied dwelling, which is a secondary felony, and one count of grand theft in the 3rd degree, a 3rd degree felony. Okay, the alleged victim in the case is Yaciel Paello, and again, the property 2369 Southwest 17th Terrace. And as I mentioned earlier, he's out on bond in case number F25-6570. Just see which is another burglary.
Judge,
No.
in my review of the A form, and the detective may have more information, I'm not sure if the victim was home, which would make it unoccupied, and it should be a 1st degree misdemeanor theft, unless the officer has any different information.
He was home.
The victim was home?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a multi family home. So the witness was also home at the time.
And this involved a bicycle and some kind of electric car, right? Yeah, okay, that's what the A form says.
Yes.
All right, I've appointed the public defender's office, make a finding of probable cause, and I'm gonna set standard bond on both of these cases. I mean, on both counts. Count 1, 7,500, count 2, 2,500, with a stay away order, but he has a no bond hold on the other case in Division 19 because he's out on bond when this allegedly occurred.
I'm sorry, Judge, you're making a finding of probable cause on count 2 when the total value is $600?
Is this the only amount is a $600?
It's a bicycle valued at $100 and an electric car charger valued at $500, totaling $600.
The misdemeanor count.
Your Honor, can I say something?
I'm sorry? Who's speaking? I don't think, Mr. Martinez, you should be saying anything.
Yes.
So the PC would be only as to, and the criminal I'm sorry, the theft would only be as to a misdemeanor amount. All right,
And
so,
could you, I'm sorry.
Go
I was
ahead.
gonna ask you to repeat the bond amounts again.
Yes, okay, count one is 7,500 and I'm gonna leave count two at $500 with a stay away order, okay? So that means, sir, that if you are released and you're able to post bond on this case, you can't go anywhere near this property and the alleged victim is Mr. Faye. Understood?
Your Honor, a question. You say he has no bond on the other case that he was released on bond and
As a hold, because it's
hold.
bond. So he will have to go in front of that judge, and until such time, he cannot be released on that case. But that may change once he's in front of the division judge, okay?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Your Honor, that's 75 and 500.
Raymond Griffin,
Your Honor, I'm sorry for Jose Carlos Martinez, that's 7,500 and 500.
correct. Count one, 7,500, count two, 500.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, Raymond, is this Mr. Griffin?
He's a bond out, Your Honor.
Oh, Griffin is bond out. Let me write this here. Nathan McLeod, is this Mr.?
Your Honor, Mr. McLeod has a fugitive from Taylor County with a $241 bond and a fugitive from Monroe County with a $400 bond. And a bodily attachment for 3,000 cash purge.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. McLeod, on this case, sir, you're charged to, or it's accused of committing the offense of grand theft in the third degree on June 26, 2025, in the vicinity of Northwest 45th Avenue and 135th Street in Opelika, and that's a third degree felony. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you.
So Judge, we can talk about this E-form. There's 4 co-defendants in this case.
Yes.
So I think there's clearly PC for this defendant. I believe he was the driver of a tow truck with stolen jet skis.
The driver, I got it. Okay.
So I think for him, there's PC. For the other defendants, we can talk about it.
We haven't looked at the other defendants. What do you mean we can talk about it? I don't understand.
I mean, there may be issues because the other co-defendants are charged with accessory after the fact.
Well, this A form says this gentleman was the driver.
So I think he's good.
So this gentleman, to find probable cause. This is a non-violent, so this is going to be $2,500 bond. And then he's got all the other warrants that he has to deal with, but okay, now the others. Okay, Victor Myers. All right, Mr. Myers he's out on bond in case number F259758 in Division 11, so he's going to have a hold until he gets in front of that judge. Okay. Okay, Mr. Myers, you're charged with accessory after the fact of a third degree felony. He's the co-defendant to the other gentleman that occurring on June 26 in the vicinity of Northwest 45th Ave and 135th Street in Opelika. Let's see what he was doing. He was an occupant in the stolen vehicle.
Right. So they all gave kind of like conflicting statements, which would indicate that they knew perhaps that the jet ski was stolen, but I don't know exactly what his involvement was. They read him Miranda. He refused to speak.
He said he had no idea.
Oh, no, I think he invoked.
Oh, that's the co-defendant, you're right. That's Griffin. Mhm. Okay, well, I don't see how, based on inconsistent statements, I can make a finding of PCS to accessory after the fact of an occupant of a stolen vehicle.
Judge,
Yes.
oh, my apologies.
Go ahead.
I think you're winning, counsel.
I mean, find PC.
You find PC?
I can either ROR him, okay? Or they can bring in their police officer and clarify this, but I
don't think it's gonna change anything, Judge.
All right, then this is gonna be no PC. Okay, which then means he shouldn't have a hold, well, wait a minute, I can't, because sometimes the fact that he was arrested, but really there's no, because he had a hold on the other case. And this is gonna
If
be,
Your Honor's finding no PC, then there would be no basis for the holds.
then I have to let corrections know that the hold on 259758 is removed, okay? Because I'm not finding PC on this. He's gonna be RR'd in this case. Okay. Next case, Jimmy Williams. That's the other co-defendant. Yep.
Sorry, Your Honor, who did you call? Jimmy Williams?
Yes, Jimmy Williams.
He bonded out, Your Honor.
Okay. And then Styles?
Your Honor, he bonded out.
Glenroy Lake, is that you, sir? Okay. All right, Mr. Lake, it's alleged that on June 1st of this year in the area of 1550 Northeast 151st Street, you committed the offense of burglary of an unoccupied dwelling. See here. Well, he recently did 364 for another burglary. Let's see what else. All right, alleged victim is Alejandro Pantoja.
Sorry, what was the bond for Mr. Lake?
I haven't said it. I'm looking at
Sorry
the.
about that, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. I know we're trying to rush here. Hold on. And this is a dwelling. Bond is $7,500 with a stay away order. Okay, Mr. Lake, if you're able to post the bond, sir, you can't have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case was Alejandro Pantoja, or go near this property. You understand that? Good luck to you, sir. Next case, James Miller. James Miller is out on bond. Is that Mr. Miller? You're out on bond in case number F252509. So he's gonna have a hold on that case until he goes in front of the judge in Division 19. On this case, it's alleged that you committed the offense of possession of a controlled substance, third-degree felony, and possession of cannabis 20 grams or less. This is search incident to a traffic stop. And the other case is also drug related. Actually, not. The other case has to do with a firearm. Okay. Count one, $2,500, count two, $500. And hold in F25, 2509. Next case, Kleider Zuniga. Is that you, Mr. Zuniga? Do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Zuniga, you're out on bond in two cases, F25-12783 and F25-12785. DWLS uttering a forged check and petty theft. All right, today you're before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of driving while license suspended, third and subsequent conviction, which makes it a felony in the third degree. I appointed the public defender's office to represent you. So there's going to be a hold until you go in front of that judge in those two cases in Division 20. Let's see on this case. Sir, my recommendation is if you're able to post a bond, stop driving. Don't make a comment, just I'm telling you, no driving. Don't say anything. Because a lot of these problems that you have to do with driving with no license. Okay, $2,500 bond. Next case, Jorge Garcia, Gonzalez Garcia.
Judge, if we could pass the next three cases, they're still at jail arraignment.
Okay, so we pass on Gonzalez Garcia, on Henderson.
Your Honor, no, Mr. Kevin Henderson, he actually refused court.
Oh, so refuse. So when do you want to print him out?
We reset it for this afternoon, and then if he refuses, then we reset him for the next day.
Reset for PM on Henderson, and then what about Plumby? Is that the one also that you want to
No, we could pass Mr. Plumby.
pass? He has 5 cases, like pass for now?
Yes, for now, Your Honor. He should be on his way.
Okay, Eric Fabian. This one's passing. Plumby, this one has to pass. Plumby, is this Mr. Plumby?
No, we have Mr. Fabian.
Mr. Fabian. Okay, what did I do with Fabian? I just gave. Hold on a second. It's Eric Fabian. I thought I saw it from him. Yes, we passed Plumby. What's this one? This Fabian? Okay. All right. Okay, Eric Fabian. All right, Mr. Fabian, you are before the court because it's alleged that on June 11th of this year in the vicinity of 7251 Southwest 68th Avenue in South Miami, you committed the following offenses, sir. 1 count of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, 2 counts of credit card, fraudulent use of a credit card, and 2 counts of credit card theft or theft of a credit card, which is a misdemeanor.
Sorry, Judge. This is for Mr. Fabian?
Yes. Oh, wait a minute.
No.
That's half of it is Fabian, but not that one. The A form is not Fabian, but the other stuff is. Hold on a second. This is, this is it right here? Okay, let's start again. Okay, he's probably looking and figure, all right, sir, it is alleged. Now I think I have the right one. I'm looking, Eric Daniel Fabian. It says that on June 26th at Walmart located at 13600 Southwest 288th Street, it is alleged that you committed the offense of petty theft with 2 or more convictions, which makes it a felony in the 3rd degree. Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Okay. Hmm. When were the last convictions?
So he's got a theft conviction from May 13th, so last month. There's also a 60-day sentence on a battery last year.
All right, $2,500 bond with a stay away order. That means, sir, that if you're able to post the bond, you can't go anywhere near this Walmart located at 13600 Southwest 288th Street. I was trying to see if there was any other, but you just literally, you just got another conviction. All right, good luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, we could go back to Mr. Plumley.
Plumley, I saw it over here. Okay, hold on.
He's coming in now.
Okay.
So Mr. Plumley had a related traffic and he received a dollar bond by Judge Newman.
Okay. All right, let's see where we can start here. He's got 5 cases. So not sure if this is the order, but let's start with F25-13342. Okay, in that case, Mr. Plumley, it's alleged that you committed on June 24th of this year in the vicinity of 6740 Southwest 64th Court in South Miami, the offense of grand theft of a vehicle and leaving the scene of an accident with property damage. Why does this say it's a first degree?
The only charge in front of you is the grand theft of a motor vehicle. It should be a 3rd-degree felony. The value of the car is not listed.
It's not listed. Okay, that's why I said, why is it a first on here? Okay. It just says about Dodge Ram. Okay. There's no stay away on these. Okay. So the standard bond on this is $2,500.
Honor, and that's on case F25-13342.
Yes, that's $2,500 bond. PC only is for just a grand theft auto. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go to the next one. The next one is the one that's F25-13344. Okay. That one alleged.
To that case, Judge, I think the victim in the stolen car is here. I'm going to promote him in case he wants to say anything to the court. So Mr. Sanchez, if you want to talk to the judge, now's the time.
Is he here?
Mr. Yes, let's see if he wants to talk.
Yes. I'm
Hey, sir.
I'm here.
It was your truck that was stolen?
Yeah, I just wanted to address something on the police report. I'll make it quick. I know you guys have to go on to the next defendant. So this it wasn't on the police report. I noticed it after all my items, including my credit cards, my ID, were stolen from the vehicle. Sandals, speakers, and the vehicle was listed as a Dodge Ram 1500 valued at $50,000. I just bought that car last month, 0 miles, and that car's valued at $133,000.
Wow.
So I want to put yeah. He destroyed my car, crashed it on the outside, my tools. Not even to mention, those things weren't on the police report.
So let me ask, that's the one we just did for the Dodge Ram that there was no value on it?
Correct.
Plumley, is that his last name?
Plumley, yes, Plumley.
Yes, ma'am.
Cases, that's why I wanted to know which one you were speaking about, because the concern with the
And I
court,
have the receipt of the vehicle.
the arrest affidavit didn't have a value. I need to see that back, please. Okay, let me just place you under oath. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear that everything that you've testified to and will testify to is true and correct under penalties of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so this 2025 black Dodge Ram with a tag number D as in David 133UX that was reportedly or allegedly stolen on June 24th in the 6740 Southwest 64th Court in South Miami is your vehicle, correct?
It's my vehicle, yes, ma'am.
You have advised the court that you purchased this brand new for how much?
$133,000. I have the receipt for the car and everything.
Plus
0 miles.
Plus personal belongings that were contained in the truck that have not been returned, correct?
Yes.
And this vehicle, you said was damaged?
Yeah, he crashed it into my employee's vehicle. So there was 2 vehicles damaged here.
All right. Okay, well, that changes things. So the bond amount is now gonna be $15,000 on this one, okay? Not 2,500, because that bumps it up in terms of the gravity of the felony, okay? So corrections in the case number F25-13342, the bond is gonna be $15,000 with a stay away. Actually, I don't have a stay away, just $15,000, okay?
Judge, are you finding probable cause for the F1?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Victim has just testified to that. Okay. All right. Now we were on 13344. Do you have, this is the one involving, let me see which vehicle this is. No, this,
Nope.
it
Nope.
says, because there's several cars. This doesn't, am I not seeing this? Because I don't see a vehicle here.
So the victim's car was burglarized and then her cards were used for unauthorized transactions.
Refer to the vehicle, the ID of the vehicle. I don't see it unless I'm not seeing it.
Judge, what are you looking for?
This is in case number F25-13344. The charges are purportedly burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, credit card use, fraudulent credit card use, and credit card theft. But I do not, it just says entering a vehicle. I don't, went to her vehicle.
So wait, so the victim,
It's charged with grand theft auto. I mean, that's the
no, he's charged with burglary.
conveyance.
Yes.
Okay.
So we went into the victim's,
Which vehicle is my point?
oh, I don't think it matters the make or model of the car.
All right, well, it mattered in the other one.
Because he was charged with theft of the car, so the value of the car was important.
Okay, so I guess the lesson, it's not on this one is my point. It's just a grand theft of the conveyance. Okay, that's what I wanted to be clear. So does this gentleman have anything to do with this case? The witness?
No, no.
Okay, then hold on, because I think there's another one, 2 more still. All right. And there's 2 counts of credit card fraud and 2 counts of misdemeanor theft of a credit card. All right, on this case ending in 344, counts 1 and 2, 1, 2, and 3 are $2,500 each, and 4 and 5, $500. Case number F25-13345.
Sorry, Judge, could you repeat the bond amounts again?
Counts 1, 2, and 3, $2,500 each. Counts 4 and 5, $500 each.
Thank you.
Welcome. Case number F25-13345. He's charged with 1 count of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance and 1 count of attempted burglary of an unoccupied conveyance. This area is now, this is Sunset Place Mall at 6646 Southwest 65th Terrace. Any arguments regarding PC on this? Bond on count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500. Case number ending in 13343. It's alleged she committed 3 counts of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, and those were attempts in the vicinity of Southwest 57th Avenue and South Dixie Highway on June 24th. Any argument on PC on this?
Judge, I only see, I think, 2 counts of attempted burglary of an unoccupied conveyance. On the first page, it says that an unknown white male wearing a white button-down shirt had opened the door to his vehicle. And then I see the male continued walking. The homeowner further stated an unknown male crossed the street and then attempted to open another vehicle.
I think there's the pickup truck, the SUV, and the Tesla.
They don't identify them.
This
for
wasn't,
ones that we,
yeah, that wasn't clear.
city ed. It's not a very clear A form.
Because the way I was reading it, the Tesla was the second vehicle.
Well,
And the
it
pickup
says
truck
that
was the first.
he tried to open up the pickup truck, which was locked. Then he goes to the SUV, sits inside, and then he pulls on the door of a Tesla. And then he goes to another car, so it looks like he's trying door handles.
I'm only going to find PCS to 2 counts, 1 and 2, 2,500. I'm going to RR him on count 3, no PC. It's not very clear.
So it's gonna be no PC, release outright on count 3?
Yes, okay. And then the last case, which is the one ending in 13341. Okay, that one he's charged with 1 count of another attempted burglary of an occupied. This is occupied conveyance. Here's how it reads. But this is not, it's an unoccupied, not occupied. She was in the vehicle. $2,500 bond.
$2,500 bond?
Okay. I think that's it for Mr. Plumley.
Judge, any stay away orders?
I don't have any of them been given to me. That's why I have to sign them. Okay. All right, Alberto Bracho. That's on page 13. Mr. Bracho, do you speak English, sir?
Said yes.
Okay, all right. You are before the court, sir. It's alleged that on February 12th of 2023, you committed the offense of 1 count of organized scheme to defraud, 3rd-degree felony, and 1 count of grand theft in the 2nd degree, which is that they've charged, it looks like a 2nd-degree felony, 20,000 to 100,000. All right. And this allegedly occurred in the vicinity of 10701 Northwest 142nd Street in Hialeah Gardens. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. And now I'm going to be looking at the probable cause. The alleged victim is World Electronic Hialeah, DC. Mm. Inventory totaling 73,000, almost $400. Okay. Does he have any priors?
So he's got a New Jersey driver's license. So I'm not sure how long he's been in South Florida.
Right.
I didn't see priors.
All right. Well, he has, where do you live here, sir?
I'm Wynwood, locally,
What's your address?
2150 North Miami Avenue. I don't have any priors, Your Honor. I've never been arrested before.
Oh, this is, how long have you lived at this North Miami Avenue?
Since January.
Mhm. All right, I'm gonna set standard bond on this, 2,500 count one, 7,500 count two with a stay away order. If you're able to post your bond, sir, you need to stay away from this World Electronic Hialeah, DC, located at 10701 Northwest 142nd Street in Hialeah Gardens. Understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
United Matthews?
Your Honor, for Mr. Yunan Matthews, they gave him a standard bond on all of his bench warrants.
Okay.
I mean, they gave him the bench warrant amount.
Okay. All right, is this Mr. Matthews? You speak English, sir?
Your Honor, also Mr. Matthew has a hold for immigration.
Oh, okay. All right, so this what he has before the court is a possession of possible meth, controlled substance, 1 count, 3rd-degree felony. Let me just see here. Hmm. I'll set $1,000 bond. Steinberg. And or love? Steinberg. Mr. Steinberg, is that you, sir? I can't hear you, so is that a yes?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Yeah, we're almost there.
On the cusp.
That clock is right, we're almost there. All right, you were charged, sir, with having committed the offense of battery on a person 65 years of age or older on June 26th in the vicinity of 9350 South Dixie Highway. Okay, alleged victim's name is Ted Maria. That's, let me see what your priors are. It looks like. How long, where do you live? First of all, let me start by asking.
Where do I live? In South Miami.
You have an address?
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
Address.
5931 Southwest 76th Street, 33143.
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
About 15 years.
State, what's your position on this case?
Got no priors.
Have you
Requested.
had the alleged victim?
What?
Have you had any contact with the alleged
I
victim?
have not. Actually, no, let me see. Somebody logged on with that name. Let me see if the victim is here. Right, I do see the victim logged on. So Mr. Maria, if you'd like to talk to the judge, let us know.
Is he there?
Hey,
Mr.
Mr.
Maria?
Maria.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, sir. I think it's afternoon already. I'm Judge Dennis. We're here on the first appearance hearing for Mr. Steinberg.
Yes,
The battery involving you as the alleged victim, sir. Do you have anything that you wish to say to this court?
yes. He attacked me in the elevator as I was going to an appointment working simply because of a parking incident. And what I did was I finally did move my car from the parking lot, which I didn't have to, according to the police. And then he went to the building where he knew I was going, where he had no business. And when I went in there, he was harassing me more to sign in, which I didn't have to. And when I went to the elevator, pushed the button, I went in the elevator, that's when he attacked me. And he kicked me. I came out of the elevator calling 911, and that's where we stand today.
Are you in fear of him, sir?
I don't want him anywhere near me. He's a lunatic. And he was harassing someone else in a black pickup after I parked my car across the street and had to go back to my appointment. He was doing.
This isn't a mall, right?
No, this is outside.
Outside the mall, but you were headed to the mall, right?
Well, it's not a mall. It was just two buildings. I parked my car in the parking lot in front of, I don't know if it's his business or not, but I had every right to park there. And then I walked over to the building where I had my appointment. And he went there for no reason. He was waiting for me. I felt like I was being stalked. I was in fear of my safety. And there is video of me walking in the building, and he tried to tell me, "Oh, I'm something or other with this building too." And I said, "Just leave me alone." And I went to the elevator, pushed the button. I went in the elevator, and you could see on the video where he attacks me. He basically attacked me, kicked me really hard. I have bruises to prove it. And I called 911.
You've never met him before.
I don't know this guy from Adam.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to set the standard bond $5,000 on this case, and I'm going to enter a stay away order, and I want Mr. Steinberg to listen very carefully that if he is able to post the bond, he cannot. He's prohibited from having any contact, direct or indirect, with Mr. Maria. That means no contact in person, in writing, by phone, by pager, or through third persons. He has to stay at least 500 feet away from him, his home, and a place of employment at all times. Any electronic contact through email, texting, Facebook, messaging, Twitter is also prohibited. Okay, you understand that, Mr. Steinberg?
Yes,
All right.
Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maria.
Thank you.
All right, next case, Freeways. Is that you, Mr. Prates Ruiz? I think is, how do you,
Yes, Your Honor. Practice
Prades Ruiz. All right, Mr. Do you speak English?
a little.
Do you want an interpreter?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, all right. You have two cases before this court, sir. Let me just see here. Let me just make sure I have your stuff here. Okay, so you have two cases, case number F25-13326 and F25-13325. In the 2-5 case, it's alleged that you committed the offense of dealing in stolen property and conducting an individual business in public. It's a violation of an ordinance. And this supposedly took place on April 3rd of 2025 in the vicinity of 1513 Washington Avenue in Miami Beach. Okay. In case number ending in 13326, it's alleged that on June 12th of 2025 in the vicinity, same one, of 1513 Washington Avenue in Miami Beach, you committed the offense of dealing in stolen property, same thing, and a violation of a local ordinance. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and it looks like these are your only contacts with the system, the first ones at least. I'm going to now take a look at the arrest affidavit to address your bond status. Does he have, where do you live? Let me start by asking you, Mr. Pretz Ruiz, where do you live, sir?
I'm actually moving right now to a new place. But
Okay.
my address, sorry.
Go ahead.
So I have an apartment in Miami Beach and another one in downtown. So the one in downtown is 1500 Northeast Miami Place, and then the one in Miami Beach is 1519 Washington Avenue, apartment 1. Because I'm in between places right now, moving.
1135 Euclid Avenue.
That's the one I have in my documents because I have to update it.
That's the past address.
Yes.
And you have two temporary addresses. I don't understand.
Yes. I mean, one of them is not mine, but I'm pretty much staying there the whole time.
So basically, he's selling stolen scooters to an undercover officer.
We're only dealing with count 1 on each one of these, correct?
So
The other violation of an ordinance.
actually, the other one, it's both counts are before your honor.
Or will counts are what?
Are before the court. Even though count 2 is an ordinance.
Okay. So the bond on the ordinance?
It's the same as a second degree misdemeanor with a standard bond of $150.
All right, I'm setting standard bond on both of these cases. Count 1, $7,500, count 2, $150 in both cases. Gonzalo Escudero. Mr. Escudero, do you speak English, sir?
He said yes.
All right, you were charged with committing the offense of petty theft. 12 packs of Heineken beer in the vicinity of 3050 Southwest 37th Avenue on June 24th, sir. And this is with 2 or more convictions, which makes it a felony.
I don't know if the convictions were listed. So if you want to find PC on the misdemeanor.
Let's just see. No, I didn't see it. This is the Mylan. This is the Mylan. He just did, what is this, in January, 15 days for another petty theft? No, March, another one in March. Suggestions on this one?
Set a bond, maybe 500.
Whether, I mean, he just, but this is, he's not on any kind of bond. He just closed out these cases like less than 2 months. ago.
Correct, he's got nothing open.
All right. Where do you live, Mr. Escudero?
It's 3711 Southwest and 27th Street.
Okay, but who lives at 3280 Southwest 7th Street?
I used to live there.
You used to live there?
Yeah,
This is, okay, so how long have you lived at the recent address?
like a few months. This is a roommate.
Do you have anybody that they can, if I refer you to pretrial services, with the alternate bond, do you have somebody, a friend or family that can confirm your address, sir?
No, not right now.
If
No,
your
I
honor
don't-
wants
I don't
to-
have I don't have family here. I have my son, but I don't live with him.
Okay. Yes, Nessa?
Right, so if your owner's inclined to do non-monetary release, I think TAP would be better than pretrial.
TAP with alternate bond? $1,000. Do we have to reset this on, for TAP or no?
We can give him notice of his next court date, which is July 28th. And
Okay.
it's in front of Judge Brinkley.
In front
And
of
Judge, I'm sorry.
Brinkley, got it. Okay, I just didn't hear that last part. Okay.
And Judge, do you find probable cause for simple petty theft?
You're right, because it doesn't say, thank you for pointing that out. So the alternate bond would be $100. Okay, not 1,000. So it's TAP with alternate bond, $100. Thank you. And there's a stay away order. Mr. Escudero, if you're released, you cannot go near this Mylands Market, okay? They don't want you anywhere near there. If you do, you're gonna get rearrested, okay?
Okay, Your Honor. Okay, understood.
All right, Alfonso, Luis Alfonso? Luis Alfonso. Is this Mr. Alfonso? Do you speak English, sir?
Little bit, but I need later.
Pardon me?
Little bit, but I need a triple.
Okay, you need an interpreter. We have an interpreter here.
Tenemos un intérprete,
Alright.
señor Alfonso.
Let Mr. Alfonso know that he is accused of having committed the offense of possession with intent to sell a controlled substance, methamphetamines, which is a second-degree felony, and 1 count of possession of cannabis.
Señor Alfonso, usted se le acusa de posesión con intento de venta de metanfetamina. Es un delito mayor de segundo grado. También se le acusa de posesión de marihuana.
All right, however, he has a hold, there's an AC that was entered in case number F256117 out of Division 21, so he'll be held on that case until he's able to go before that judge.
Sin embargo, usted tiene una orden de retención por un delito mayor de este año que usted tiene ante otra división. A usted, o sea, a usted lo van a retener hasta que usted pueda ver a su juez o a la juez el lunes. Your Honor, you also have apparently a mother named Deborah Negron. She says she has a minor here. I didn't know it. D'Angelo Gonzalez.
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, any argument on this? If not, I'm ready to make my findings.
Argumento alguno, porque ya su señoría está lista a dictaminar.
No PC argument, Judge.
All right, on count one, it's gonna be the standard bond, $7,500, count two, $500. And the hold on.
Su abogado de oficio no tuvo argumento en contra de motivos fundados. Señoría, está estableciendo fianza en la primera acusación, 7.500, segunda acusación, $500, más sin embargo lo van a retener hasta que usted pueda ver su juez o la juez de división el lunes.
All right, next case is Rafael Alemán. Is this Mr. Alemán? Do you speak English, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right, good afternoon, sir. You're charged with one count of possession of a firearm or weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon, allegedly occurring on June 26, 2025 in the vicinity of 3550 Southwest, or I'm sorry, East 9th Lane in Hialeah. Okay. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me just take a look at this arrest affidavit. Okay, so these are New York out-of-state convictions, is what it's saying. Okay. Standard bond, $7,500. Next case, Cleophas Hall. Mr. Hall, good afternoon, sir. All right, you're before the court, sir. It's alleged that you committed the offense, 2 counts of forgery of a check and 2 counts of uttering a forged instrument on October 3rd of 2024 in the vicinity of 10400 Northwest 7th Avenue in Miami. Okay. Apparently a check cashing store.
He may qualify for pretrial.
Okay, let's see here. Burger King. Yeah. Okay, where do you live, sir?
Ma'am,
Address. What's your address?
610,
Huh?
not 610 Northwest 60th Street, apartment 611.
How long have you lived there?
Over a year.
Okay. He doesn't have anything open, correct? And the
Correct.
last check goes back to 2016 is what it looks like. Okay. All right, I'm going to refer you to pretrial services. Okay. Do you have anybody, a name or of they're a family member or friend that can confirm your address, sir? For
Yes,
pretrial?
ma'am.
Can you give that to me so the clerk can write it?
Charles Hall,
Okay, telephone number?
786
Mhm.
307 3329.
Okay. All right, so it's gonna be pretrial services, alternate bond, 2,500, counts 1 through 4, okay? Good luck to you, hope you. All right. Next case is Yacel Rangel, Rangel.
Bond out, Your Honor.
Okay,
Judge, for Mr. Crespo, we're gonna need the Spanish interpreter.
Leandro Crespo. Okay, is this Mr. Crespo?
¿Es usted el señor Crespo?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Crespo, now, first and foremost, he's out on felony bond in case number F24 25327B in Division 20. So he's gonna have a hold on that case until he is able to go before that judge.
Primero que todo, usted está fuera bajo fianza por un delito mayor del año pasado, enumerado 25-327, y usted es el coacusado letra B de bueno. Así que usted lo van a retener hasta que usted pueda ver a su juez o la jueza el día lunes con respecto a ese delito. Acusación.
Okay. On this case, it is alleged that on June 26, 2025, in the vicinity of Southwest 224th Street and 177th Avenue, you committed the offense of, I think what it reads is an attempted aggravated assault on a police officer or law enforcement officer.
Your Honor, what was the avenue? I apologize. 100 what?
I said a lot in.
No, that was the only thing I couldn't catch.
Southwest 224th Street and
Mhm.
77th Avenue.
Oh, on Chrome, ok. Bueno, se alega que el día 26 de junio de este año, en los alrededores de la 224 calle, el Southwest, y la 177 avenida, se alega de cometer o tratar de cometer el delito de agresión corporal con agravantes a un agente del orden.
Okay, so this is an automobile related accident, okay.
Esto es un accidente que está relacionado con, es automovilístico.
I'm gonna set bond at $2,500.
Su señoría le va a imponer fianza en este caso de $2,500.
This is only on the ag assault attempt, not the reckless. They deal with that in traffic court?
Yes.
Esto es únicamente ante la acusación de intento de agresión con agravantes. No tiene nada que ver con la acusación de delito menor de tránsito, que es de manejar con peligrosidad, y alguien confirmó que sí, que usted va a tener que lidiar con eso en delitos menores.
All right, Gomez, good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, caballero.
Francis Gomez? Do you speak English, sir? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Caballero, ¿habla inglés?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gomez, you're before the court because it's alleged that you committed the offense or offenses of possession with intent to sell or manufacture oxycodone, second-degree felony, and 1 count of unlawful use of a communications device, third-degree felony. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to be taking a look at your arrest affidavit to determine your bond status, sir. This is to a CI. And this is on March 14th of 2024 in Miami Beach. Bond in count 1, 7,500, count 2, 2,500.
What was count 1, Your Honor, 7,500?
500, count 2, 2,500. Fabrizio Giro Romeo. It's a possible tap.
We're pre-trial if he has an address.
Now, can we pass for a minute?
On which one? On the next one or just pass in general?
Just pass in general.
Okay.
Your Honor, he's a bond out.
Okay.
Bond out, okay. Sam Randall. Is this Mr. Randall? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Randall, you're before the court on the following matters. This is a murder in the second degree with a weapon, 1 count of possession of a firearm, weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon, and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. This allegedly occurring on March 19th, 2025 in the vicinity of 8801 Northwest 23rd Avenue in Miami. The state of Florida has also filed a motion for pretrial detention under Florida statute section 907.0415D. All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and I'm going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit to determine your bond status, sir.
And Judge, we are invoking Mr. Randall's right to remain silent.
Okay, so noted. Okay. All right, I've reviewed the arrest affidavit. Make a finding that there's probable cause. I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention. No bond on count one. Count two, $7,500. Count three, $5,000. Good luck to you, sir. Next case is Alan del Castillo. Ooh. Alan del Castillo. The phone's here.
Your Honor, I apologize. Mr. De Castillo refused court. He's out on probation on 3 cases.
Yes. So what do you want to do? Reset this for the afternoon and see if he shows, or it's reset for tomorrow? How do you want to do this?
Or I don't know if council wants to waive his presence since he's not going to be released because he's got the probation.
He's on probation in cases numbered F22 17751, F22 18241, and F22 18289 in Division 17. So he's going to have a hold on all those cases until he's before that court.
We can proceed without him.
Okay, all right. In this case, let's see.
There's a couple of things. He was booked as if there was prejudice. There's no prejudice, and it looks like it may be attempts.
Okay, I haven't reviewed the form, but at least on the form on the face of it, the allegations, yeah, are burglary of an unoccupied structure or conveyance with prejudice, and 1 count of resisting an officer without violence. Yeah, they look like attempts. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. I'm going to make a finding as to attempt burglary, and this is on count 1, 2,500, count 2, $500, and the hold on the 3 cases that I.
Your Honor, I have 3 counts. Can you repeat the bonds? I'm sorry.
the first two counts, you are correct. The first two counts, they are attempted burglaries. So counts 1 and 2 are 2,500. Count 3 is 500. And I can't read the stay away order. He's not before the court, so. Joseph Betancourt.
He refused.
Your Honor, Mr. Betancourt, he refused. He's also out on probation on F-24 19103.
Yes. All right. He's got 1, 2, 3 cases, right?
He has actually, Your Honor, he only has 2 cases and the out on felony bond.
Because I have, what do you have there? Because I have one F-25 13332, F-25 13309. Let me just see here. Hold on. And F-25 13317.
Okay, let me check, please.
Oh, wait a minute. You're right. Hold on. There's one. They were
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Together. So there's somebody else's that's in the wrong place. He only has 2 new cases, F-25 13309 and F-25 13317, and he's on probation on a 24 case, 12103. All right, so what do you want to do on Betancourt? He's not before the court.
We could proceed.
Okay, all right, so point PD.
I think the more appropriate charge would be a burglary.
I'm sorry?
I think the more appropriate charge would be a burglary.
On both?
Yep.
Okay, let me take a look at it. He went into the neighbor's yard. Oh, wait a minute. No. Yeah, the backyard, using tools. I took a bike. Both of them are backyards.
So cartilage burglaries.
No. All right, so what do you want to do? I can see that as a
Let's
problem.
just step-ons. With the hold for his judge.
There's stayaways can't be read. So, all right, I'm setting bond in both of these cases. There's only one count and $2,500. Oh, it does? Okay, hold on. Oh, the paraphernalia, yes, okay. So that one's 2,500 first count, and second count, that's a first degree misdemeanor. That's $500. Jesse Presley?
Your Honor, Mr. Pressy, these are added charges and he refused court.
I don't know if council wants to waive presence or reset it.
We can proceed.
So they should all be third-degree felonies rather than second.
Any issues they have? No, I see the convictions there on the standard bond, and there's only one count on each is 2,500.
2,500 each.
Right. Okay. I have here Anthony Ernest.
Mr. Ernest is in Ward D.
Okay. So you want to set for tomorrow?
Your Honor, it's for the afternoon and then set for tomorrow.
All right, so reset PM.
Sorry, Judge, going back to Mr. Presley, was it 2,500 in PC for all of his cases?
I don't have the on here.
That was the third-degree felony petty theft. I believe Your Honor did 2,500 on everything.
There is one count on each. I just put standard 2,500.
Okay.
Okay. Did we pass anything that we haven't?
Yes, Your Honor, we passed Mr. Corello. He's number 15.
Hold on.
I'm not sure what number he is on the calendar, just a minute.
Do you have them here? We passed a couple of stuff there.
It's on page 4.
Page 4, hold on. Perillo. Page 4? No. Page 5? Okay, there we go. Okay, page 5, Jose Carrillo. Yes. I got it. Does he speak English?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Carrillo, let's see the form. He has 3 cases. Case number F25-13340, F25-13338, and F25-13339. So let's start in some kind of order. Okay, so starting with the 13338, sir, it is alleged that you committed the offense of petty theft with 2 or more convictions on May 30th, 2025. At the Publix located at 8455 Northwest 53rd Terrace in Doral. In the F25-13339, the same thing, petty theft 2 or more convictions on May 30th of 2025 in the same Publix at 8455 Northwest 53rd Terrace. And then the case ending in 13340 was also a petty theft 2 or more convictions on April 8th of 2025 at Walmart, located at 8651 Northwest 13th Terrace. Let's see what's involved here. Okay. He did 60 days back in June of 2024. Consistent contacts with the system over the last several years.
He also came in on a bench warrant, so the state's requesting a bond.
Yes. $2,500 and 13338, that's one count. With a stay away order. They don't want you near the public, sir. Located at 8455 Northwest 53rd Street in Doral. You gotta stay away from that place. If you go back there, you're gonna get rearrested, okay? And the 13339 case, one count, 2,500 with a stay away order. I think that was at the same place. And then the 13340, that's 4 counts. And they all have the amount, $2,500, count 1 through 4 with a stay away order. That's the Walmart. Don't go near there. Did we pass anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Rango, he's number 18. I believe he's on page 6.
Page 6.
He also has a fugitive from Clay County with a $7,502 bond, and he has a hold for immigration. I believe he needs a Spanish interpreter.
Okay. That's Arango. Do you have that one there? There we go. Thank you. Okay. All right. Mr. Arango Matilana.
Arango Matilana.
Matallana.
Matallana. Gracias.
Dale.
Mr. Arango, you are before the court because you were arrested on June 26th in the vicinity of 8700 Northwest 18th Terrace in Doral.
Está aquí porque lo arrestaron a eso del día 26 de junio en la vecindad del 8700 Northwest de las 18 Terrace en la ciudad del Doral.
It is alleged, sir, that you've committed the offense of possession or attempted possession of MDMA.
Se alega que usted estaba en posesión de narcóticos con las iniciales MDA
Possession of cannabis.
y posesión de marihuana.
In addition to which, my understanding, you have a fugitive hold and also an ICE hold, immigration.
Y según yo entiendo, usted tiene también una orden de captura por fugitivo, and that was from what county, Your Honor? Polk?
Clay.
Clay.
Clay County.
Del condado de Clay, y encima de eso también tiene orden de retención por el Departamento de Inmigración.
All right. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and now I'm going to address the bond status in this case, all right?
Su señoría está designando el bufete de abogados de oficio para que le represente y ahora ella va a lidiar con la fianza.
This is sale to CI.
Dice que está una venta a un agente encubierto.
Okay, I'm going to find probable cause. The bond
Señoría,
account. Go ahead.
su señoría ha determinado que hay motivo fundado y las fianzas en la acusación número 1 va a ser de
$7,500.
$7,500.
The judge, is actually a first degree felony. It was incorrectly booked as an attempt.
La fiscal adjunta está corrigiendo y dice que aunque se presentó como un intento de venta, en realidad debería ser un delito mayor de primer grado.
Okay. The bond on count one should be $15,000.
Bien, la fianza en la acusación número 1 debería de ser $15,000
On the bond on count two should be $500. Okay.
y la fianza en la acusación número 2 sería $500.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, caballero. Se puede marchar.
And Your Honor, one last one, Gonzalez Garcia George. He is on page 11.
George Gonzalez Garcia? Yes. Okay. Does he speak
George,
English?
¿necesitas intérprete?
Interpreter? Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gonzalez Garcia, you are before the court. They've alleged you committed the offense of grand theft in the second degree.
Señor González García, usted se alega ante este tribunal que usted cometió hurto en cuantía mayor en segundo grado
Okay, on June 26th of this year in the vicinity of 1275 Northeast 79th Street in Miami.
Se alega que esto sucedió ayer en la vecindad del 1275 Northeast de la 79.
This is apparently a water vessel.
Esto aparentemente es una nave.
Yeah, that's not made clear in the A form. Please don't speak about the facts of the case. Everything you say can and will be used against you.
So I think it would be
La doctora que está a tu izquierda está indicando que eso no está claro en el informe de arresto. Sin embargo, te está recomendando que no hables nada por ahora, hasta que hables con ellos.
so Judge, I think it would be a third rather than a second.
Su señoría, la fiscal adjunta está diciendo que ella no cree que sería delito mayor de segundo grado, sino de tercer grado.
But this is not a very clear A form.
Let me look at it again.
Su señoría está indicando que este informe de arrestos no está muy claro.
So he pulled into the marina with a stolen vessel.
Él entró a la marina con una nave que había sido hurtada.
Apparently, the police officer responded to the marina for the recovery of a stolen vessel.
Y aparentemente los agentes del orden llegan a la marina para recobrar la nave que se había robado, que había sido hurtada, disculpe.
In the vessel, in his possession, and it was confirmed to be stolen.
La nave estaba en su posesión y dicha nave se había confirmado que había sido hurtada.
What prior does he have? This is
¿Qué
it?
antecedentes tiene él? Esto es todo.
No priors.
You on a bench warrants.
Él no tiene antecedentes, pero tiene órdenes de arresto por delitos menores.
But on this case, is the bench warrant? Because
En este caso, no.
Traffic.
Es por delitos menores de tránsito.
Madam PD, do you you have an argument regarding the probable cause?
Yeah,
Le está
Judge.
preguntando al abogado de oficio si tiene argumento alguno con respecto al motivo fundado y está indicando que sí.
Yeah, Judge. So the specific subsection that he is charged under or arrested under 812.014 subsection 2B says that if the property stolen is valued at $20,000 or more, but less than $100,000, it's unclear exactly. It simply states a vessel. It doesn't say the value of the vessel. I don't believe it's particularly clear as to what exactly is the item that was stolen. Therefore, I don't believe there's probable cause for grand theft valued between $20,000 and $100,000.
El abogado de oficio está indicando que la subsección ante la cual usted se le acusa dice lo siguiente, que para considerarse, parece que ella todavía está argumentando delito mayor de segundo grado, el valor de la nave debe de estar mayor a los $20,000, pero menor a los $100,000, y ella no ve nada específico donde indique el valor de esa nave.
Madam State.
Right, so I know a motor vehicle is per se a third degree felony. I'm not sure if a vessel is as well.
Y la fiscal adjunta está indicando que un vehículo de motor de por sí ya es un delito mayor de tercer grado, pero ella no sabe en realidad cuál sería la situación con una nave.
Can you get your police officer here in the afternoon?
Y el agente del orden puede venir esta tarde.
I don't know if council wants to stipulate a program in lieu of a PC hearing, maybe pretrial.
We can do that.
La fiscal adjunta está sugiriendo que quizás podrían referirlo a él a un programa o el servicio de intervención previa a juicio en vez de tener una vista de motivo fundado, y su abogado de oficio acaba de concordar con eso.
Where do you live, Mr. Gonzalez?
Señor González, su dirección, por favor.
La 5615 West 28 Avenida.
28 Avenida, y eso es casa o apartamento.
Un townhouse.
Ok, y el código postal y la ciudad.
33016 Hialeah.
Gracias. Permítame confirmar: 5615 West de la 28 Avenida, casa, no apartamento, ciudad de Hialeah, código postal 33016. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, pero no es una casa, es un townhouse.
Okay, it's a townhouse. Your Honor, he's making very specific. It's a townhouse, not a house. 5615 West 28th Avenue, townhouse, not a house. Zip is 33016, City of Hialeah.
How long have you lived there, Mr. Gonzalez?
Señor González, ¿cuánto tiempo tienes viviendo ahí?
3 años.
3 years.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna refer you to pretrial services. Alternate
Sí.
bond, $500.
Alternate bond, what? 500?
2500,
Oh,
25.
2500. Su señoría te va a conceder derecho a los servicios del programa de intervención previa a juicio. Si acaso no calificas, fianza alterna sería $2,500.
Your Honor, do you want to add the traffic as well to the pre-trial?
Which is the traffic?
The traffic is AKR 4F7E, and it was Miss Judge Newman gave him $1,000 bond, so it would be pre-trial alternate 1,000.
Adam, okay, perfect.
And it's for DWLS knowingly.
So add it to the pretrial services.
Ok, la carcelera indicó que también tienes un delito de tránsito con el alfanumérico AKR4F de Francisco 7E, y que anteriormente el juez, su señoría Newman, te había impuesto $1,000 de fianza por manejar con licencia suspendida. Le sugirieron a su señoría que te lo pudieran añadir al servicio de intervención previa a juicio. Su señoría está de acuerdo.
All right, give me the name and telephone number for somebody, either a friend or relative, that can confirm your address, sir.
Por favor, el nombre de un familiar o algún conocido, un amigo, un vecino, el número de teléfono, que ellos puedan confirmar tu dirección. Dame el nombre de alguien con el número de teléfono de esa persona que puedan confirmar que vives ahí. Jorge, George, el nombre y el número de teléfono, por favor.
Sí.
Oh.
I can't hear him, Your Honor.
I can't either, yeah.
Jorge González García.
¿Y con quién tendríamos el gusto? Jorge González García es quién.
¿Cómo?
¿Con quién tendríamos el gusto? ¿Qué relación tiene usted con él? ¿Cuál es su parentesco?
No me preguntó. Ese es mi nombre.
Ok, no, necesitamos el nombre de una persona, ya sea un familiar, un vecino, un amigo, que pueda confirmar que usted vive en ese sitio, y el número de teléfono.
Ok. Janet Tejeda García.
Janet Tejeda García, ¿y qué sería ella? ¿Con quién tendríamos el gusto?
Mi hermana.
Ok, tu hermana, Janet Tejeda García, ¿y el número de teléfono de tu hermana es?
786-797-7140.
Permíteme confirmar: Janet Tejeda García, es tu hermana, estaría en el 786-797-7140, ¿no es así?
Sí.
Your Honor, this is the phone and it's been confirmed. It's Janet Tejeda Garcia, that's his sister, and she's at 786-797-7140, and it's been confirmed.
Okay, that's it.
Muy bien, eso es todo.
So Judge, what time do you want to come back?
You tell me. Corrections, when do you want to be back?
We try for 1:45 or is that pushing it?
That's pushing it 2 o'clock. Okay, that's an hour. That's good. That's it. That sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Two,
All right.
two's good, Judge.
Is that?
All right, yeah, I'm gonna set that for, Nessa, I'm gonna set that for the interpreters, 2 p.m.
I'm gonna sleep here. All right, corrections, can you
Okay.
do by 2?
No, Your Honor, I can do 2. I need 2:15 or 2:30.
2:15?
There's no other clerks.
Okay.
So 2:15, Your Honor?
Or 2:15, going once, going twice, taken.
No issue.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Yeah, you're alone, huh? All right, good afternoon, everyone. All right, Madam Interpreter, have you been sworn?
I have, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Terrific. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I am Judge Espinosa Dennis, and I'll be presiding over the afternoon felony bond hearings. For purposes of these hearings. Okay, let's get everybody sworn.
All rise and please raise your right hand. Do you swear or
Okay.
affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and so help you?
La verdad será la verdad. La verdad, si es así, diga, lo juro.
All right, my understanding is there is a tape that's been played in English, Spanish, and Creole to all of you for purposes of these first appearance hearings. I will be appointing a public defender to each and every one of you unless otherwise noted. I'd like the attorneys of record to please make an appearance.
Nessa, on behalf of the state.
And defense?
Assistant Public Defender Catherine DeRico.
All right, terrific. Okay, there's two cases that are going to be called out of turn. The first one is on page 2 of the calendar. Listeria Brown. All right, Ms. Brown. Hold on one second. Promote.
Make co-host.
Okay. Mr. Heller, are you on this case?
No, Judge, I'm on Anthony Ernest. Is that what you called? I'm sorry.
Ms. Brown, okay.
No, it's not. I'll wait my turn. Thank you, Judge. Good to see you.
Likewise. Good afternoon, Ms. Brown. You are before the court. It is alleged, ma'am, that on June 26th of 2025, in the vicinity of 14311 Northwest 13th Court in Miami, you committed the offense of aggravated battery with great bodily harm and/or weapon. The state of Florida, in this case, has filed a motion. Actually, no, I don't think they have.
I did not file a motion for Ms. Brown.
So I'm sorry. All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me take a look at the arrest affidavit so I can make a determination as to probable cause and your bond status, okay?
Corrections, why are we taking this out of turn?
Pardon me?
Why are we taking the case out? Is the victim here?
Okay. Is there anybody else handling this?
No.
All right, let me take a look at it.
We were called to take these two individuals out of turn.
Okay.
And the alleged victim in the case is a person by the name of Christian Sarmiento. She doesn't have anything pending except this, correct?
Yes.
All right, State, do you have a position on this case?
Requesting a bond. It looks like the victim suffered some pretty serious injuries.
Okay.
And Judge, as the defense, we do want to ask for pretrial services given her ties to the community and lack of priors.
All right, the court is going to make a finding of probable cause. This is charged, this is an F2, correct? Because I see here that they charge.
I think it should be an F2.
It should be an F2.
Okay, because it says F1, but this sounds like an F2. All right, I'm going to set bond at $7,500. I'm denying the request for pretrial. There's going to be a stay away order in this case, which means, Ms. Brown, do you work? No. Let me just see here. This is the same, and they reside together. Okay. All right. I'm going to enter a stay away order, and I need you to understand if you're able to post the bond, one of the several of the conditions of your release are that you do not engage in any criminal activity. Okay. Use or possess any illegal drugs. You can't use, possess, purchase, or carry any guns, firearms, weapons, or ammunition. If you have any of these, you have to surrender them to the local police department, obtain a receipt, and file it with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim, Christian Sarmiento, which includes no contact in person, in writing, by phone, or through social media or any other electronic means. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the alleged victim. Do you understand that?
Judge, since they do appear to live together, may she return one time to the property with police presence to gather personal items?
I am going to annotate that if she's required to go back and pick up, she can do that within 48 hours of her release, but it has to be with its law enforcement officer once. You understand that? Yes?
Yes.
All right. All right, good luck. The other case that's going to be called out of turn is Antoine Mayer. And where is that one located?
Mayor?
Mayor, yes.
Corrections, also Anthony Ernest, counsel may be willing to waive his presence.
Yes, Your Honor. Mhm.
7
That's correct.
Okay, let me pull up. Listen, okay. Okay, I have here, now, Mr. Heller, I'm not, I didn't hear, which one, who are you representing?
I'm here on Anthony Ernest. He's over at Ward D. I'm going to waive his appearance if that's okay.
Is this, I mean, does this have anything to do with Mayor, the one that I'm calling now?
Oh, no, that's just,
I just wanted to make sure it was called out of turn, Judge.
no worries, no worries.
All right, just wanted to make sure. All right, we're dealing with Antoine Mayer, which is on page 7. Is this Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Mayor, you are before the court because it's alleged that on June 21st of this year, in the vicinity of 1621 Northwest 60th Street, apartment number 6 in Miami, you committed the following offenses: 1 count of aggravated child abuse with great bodily harm and or torture, 1 count of child neglect with great bodily harm. And my understanding is in this one, the state of Florida has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 904.041 subsection D. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you in this case. The alleged victim has initials MM and a date of birth of January 28th, 2025. I'm going to take a look at the arrest affidavit now to make a determination as to probable cause of the motions filed by the state, okay? Do not make any comments or any statements because everything is being recorded. All right. All right, I've had an opportunity to review the arrest affidavit. The court is finding probable cause as to both counts. The court is going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention. There will be no bond. Count 1. Ms. Ebb, this is only with regards to count 1, correct?
Yes.
What is the current condition of this child, State?
The only information I have is from the arrest affidavit. The victim was airlifted to Nicholas Children's to be treated.
Judge, if I may be heard on count one, please. Judge, I'm not sure if count one, the allegations in the arrest form constitute aggravated child abuse under the statute. The definition of aggravated child abuse occurs when 1, the person commits an aggravated battery on a child, 2, willfully tortures, maliciously punishes, or willfully and unlawfully cages a child, or 3, knowingly and willfully abuses a child, and in doing so causes great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. In the last 2 elements that I just read, it requires a mens rea of willful tortures or knowingly and willfully. Based on the allegations in the arrest form and the statements made by my client police following his arrest, I don't believe that this is a willful or knowing act that would cause great bodily harm or permanent disability or permanent disfigurement.
The form talks about the victim's injuries being in various stages of healing, and there was a nurse practitioner who deemed in her professional opinion that the injuries were results of physical child abuse. There were very serious injuries, including rib fractures. I believe there was a brain bleed.
Correct, but notwithstanding that, there's no evidence that indicates that there was knowing harm inflicted on the child. The nurse is merely, I guess, speculating, for lack of a better term, that the injuries were caused by abuse that was knowingly inflicted.
I reviewed the 4 corners of the instrument. It's very clear, and the court is not to go beyond that. That may be better suited for a subsequent hearing. At this point in time, the court is very comfortable making a finding of probable causes to both counts. Again, the first count, he'll be held no bond. The second one, I'm increasing the bond to $20,000. Is the nature of the offenses. If he is able to post bond or be given bond, it will be subject to a GPS monitoring total lockdown. Okay. The court is also entering into a stay away order, and I need him to understand, Mr. Major, that if you are released at any point in time, one of the conditions of your release is that you do not engage in any criminal activity, you do not use or possess any illegal drugs, you do not use, possess, carry, or purchase any firearm, gun, ammunition, or weapon. And if you do have any of these, you have to surrender them to the local police department, obtain a receipt, and file it with the court. You have to stay at least 500 feet and have no direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in the case of minor with initials MM, date of birth January 28th, 2025. That means stay away from home of the victim, place of which doesn't apply, or school at all times. All right. Yes. It's total lockdown. If he is released, upon release, the whole plus. Yes.
So Judge, just to be clear, on count 2, it would be 20,000 plus house arrest level 1?
Correct. Total
Okay.
lockdown, but that is level 1. I'll waive costs. All right. Good luck. All right, Mr. Heller.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is on Anthony Oliver Ernest.
Ernest. Okay, do you know see what page he's on? State, you know.
Page 12, Your Honor.
39.
Judge, I believe he was on this morning and they sent it over this afternoon, but he's at Ward D, so I'm going to waive his presence with the court's permission.
Ernest? Ernest?
Ernest Anthony Oliver is, I believe that's what he said.
Is this Anthony Oliver Ernest?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, before you even begin to read, I just want to say that I don't see any probable cause, but you can go ahead and read the rest for me.
Okay, all right.
And Judge, I'll stipulate to maybe an attempt. The defendant was appeared to be have his hand in the book bag, and it looked like he was pulling out his hand, which Mr. Williams said had a gun inside, and Mr. Williams ended up shooting the defendant.
Yeah, Judge, I don't- most respectfully, it's in a book bag. The person doesn't see the gun. He never presents it, points it at him, so the person's not in reasonable fear for the safety. It's just a guess that there's a gun in there. So I don't even believe it's attempted. Based on, and when my client was shot, and I believe the wrong person was charged here. But that's a story for another day. But my client comes with a book bag with a gun in there, doesn't take it out, doesn't show it, doesn't display it, and he's automatically shot by somebody with a firearm. Never displays it. So I don't know how this person could see a firearm unless he has X-ray vision.
And there's no other language in here, any corroborating or linking information that links this defendant to the alleged whether simple assault or attempted. I can't make these findings based on the reading of
They did recover a gun in the defendant's bag.
No, well, wait a minute.
Hold on one second.
He discarded the gun.
He discarded the gun. So he did actually have a gun. And according to witnesses, he appeared to have been pulling it out. And that's when Mr. Williams shot the defendant.
I don't know if that, I mean, that's not the way I read it, with all due respect to Miss S, who I have tremendous respect for. I don't read it like that. It says here after the, who was it? I'm sorry. After the fight stopped, Mr. Campbell walked away from Mr. Baptiste, returned approximately 2 minutes later with the defendant, my client, who was holding a book bag in front of his thighs. The defendant began walking up to Mr. Williams as he continued holding the book bag in the same manner. Then Mr. Williams is seen shooting his firearm at the defendant. I don't see him taking the gun out of the bag. He's already shot. He's just holding the book bag with the gun inside. He admits later on that he had a gun. That's post Miranda, but that's after the fact, and that's not what the statute is. It's whether he put somebody in imminent fear for their safety, and whether they saw a gun, and whether he pointed at him. He didn't.
So Williams said, the one who shot the defendant, said that after the fist fight, he observed the defendant and Mr. Campbell walking back to them. Mr. Williams further advised the defendant observed the defendant with his hand inside of the book bag. He believed he was armed with a firearm. And so then he believed that he was going to get shot, so he shot the defendant.
Okay, he believed, but there's no good reasonable basis for that other than the fact that it's mere speculation. He believed the person might have a gun. There was no demonstration. He didn't say, I have a gun, I'm pointing it at you. He didn't see a gun, he just believed it. So I don't see there's any probable cause at all, Judge.
Okay, 1 second. This is problematic for the court. Do you want to bring in your witnesses? I can set it for a hearing.
I don't think there's going to be anything else that the detective's going to be able to testify than what's contained within this affidavit.
I can't make a finding of probable cause based on the four corners of this instrument. I have a real problem with that. So the way that this is written. Okay. So the state doesn't want to set for hearing. Does he have anything else? I think this is the only thing, correct? And he's in Ward Dean?
Yes.
No, Judge, and I'm gonna talk to the state attorney's office about this case, and they think this further investigation needs to be had, see whether or not my client was the actual victim. When he got shot by this other guy without him seeing the gun.
Give me 1 second, please.
Sure, of course, of course.
You know, this is the key language here again, which was, is that, it says detective met with Mr. Williams and obtained a sworn post-Miranda video recorded statement at the station. Mr. Williams corroborated the aforementioned sequence of events. Mr. Williams advised that after the fistfight, he observed the defendant and Mr. Campbell walking back to them. Mr. Williams further advised that he observed the defendant with his hand inside of a book bag and believed he was armed with a firearm.
That's after the fact, Judge. He's walking away.
A whole lot of assumptions that the court has to make to get to the point of an attempted aggravated assault or an aggravated assault. I can't find PC, so no PC, which means he needs to be released on his own recognizance. State again, I renew if you want to have a PC hearing.
No PC released outright.
Outright.
Okay.
I mean, I think the facts are that he reached into his bag. The shooter thought he was armed and shot the shots.
I understand, but he doesn't see a gun. He just has a feeling. It's just not good enough.
He actually did have a gun though, but
That's after the fact. But he didn't present it, he didn't display it, and he didn't point it out.
Bring the person in, you don't want to. I can't make those findings based upon what's written. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day and a wonderful weekend.
All right. Do we have anything else to be called out of turn? If not, we're going back on the calendar, page 1. First page is Suyen Sanchez. Okay, do you speak English?
He said yes.
All right, perfect. Okay, Ms. Sanchez, you're before the court, ma'am. It says here that it's claimed that yesterday, June 26th, in the vicinity of Southwest 109th Avenue and 2nd Street in Sweetwater, you committed the following offenses. 1 count of possession of a controlled substance, that being suspected methamphetamine laced with fentanyl. Count 2, another possession of controlled substance suspected methamphetamine. Count 3, another one, possession of a controlled substance suspected MDMA. And 5 counts of use or possession of a fraudulent ID card. There's also 1 card, another count of possession of a controlled substance, a suspected narcotic pill or liquid, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm now going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit. The purposes of probable cause and to determine your bond status. All right. All right, State, do you want to, I'd like you to address the counts involving possession of or use of fraudulent IDs.
I think we could do just 1 count, Judge, rather than the multiple.
They have, I mean, the A form refers that she had 5 individual credit card and debit cards with information from other individuals. In other words, they had a different name.
5 different individuals.
Right, different, correct.
So I think there's enough for
individuals. in her possession.
Right. I think that's enough for PC for just one count, though.
Judge, actually, I don't believe there's PC for that count. Subsection 2A of the statute says that any person who willfully and without authorization either fraudulently uses or possesses with the intent to fraudulently use. Now, this case stemmed from a traffic stop. There's nothing that was indicating that this person was on the way to the store trying to make purchases with this card. Those facts are not supported based on the four corners of this A form. So I don't believe the statement at the end of the A form, which says she possessed with the intent to fraudulently use, I believe that's a conclusory statement and is not supported by probable cause. And given the fact that she was stopped pursuant to a traffic stop, she obviously was not using those cards at that time. So I don't believe there's probable cause for any of the 5 counts for count number 4.
Give me 1 second, Judge. It may be a different subsection. So maybe, hold on. Like, right, possession of, that's counterfeit, hold on. I mean, I think you can infer intent to commit fraud in that she had 5 different credit cards belonging to 5 different.
Usually when you have, there's another component that these cards were stolen, that they were presumptive.
Presumptions, though. Let me see if I can find the presumptions.
It could be her relatives. I mean,
But hold on, let me see. I know there's presumptions when it comes to credit cards.
Yeah.
Which can we pass the case? I'll look into it.
Well, at this point, we can revisit, but I'm not finding PC on this. We will revisit it if need be on those 5 counts. Counts 1, 2, and 3 are $2,500 bond. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, which are the ID cards, ROR, no PC. Okay, and then counts 9, 2,500, count 10, $500. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, what was count 9?
9 was 2,500. And count 10, $500. And if you want to revisit before the end of the calendar, we can do that. All right, the next case is Perez Salva, Luisa Perez Salva. Do you speak English?
She said yes.
All right, Ms. Perez Salva, you are before the court on the allegation that on June 26th in the vicinity of this year, in the vicinity of 19173 South Dixie Highway, you committed the offense of strong arm robbery, which is a second-degree felony. Alleged victim, it has initials KJ. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me take a look at the A form and we'll address your bond status, ma'am. All right. I find that there's probable cause. I'm setting bond at $7,500.
If I can be heard on the issue of probable cause, I think I'm confused by the wording of the A form because I don't see that there's any indication that Miss Perez Salva took any items by force. On page 2 of the A form, it says the co-defendant, Gregory Poole, charged at the victim and forcibly removed the cellular phone from her hand and threw the phone onto the ground, causing the cellular phone glass screen to shatter. Those are the only facts that I saw that would indicate or be similar to the strong arm robbery. And it says the co-defendant. So I'm a little confused by the little language in here. I don't believe there's probable cause for Miss Perez Silva for strong arm robbery.
It's a state's position. She's a principal.
Well, it says that but you haven't charged it as a principal. It's just strong arm, and that's.
So strong, there's probable cause for strong arm robbery under a principal theory.
It says there in the second paragraph on page 2, it says the co-defendant then proceeded to throw the victim onto the ground, pushed her towards the bushes. Afterwards, the defendant entered her vehicle and waited for co-defendant. So all throughout, it appears that it appears on the 4 corners of the instrument that they were working in unison. All right, so my determination stands. The amount of $7,500 with a stay away order. Ms. Salva, if you are able to post a bond, you have to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are KJ. You cannot have any direct or indirect contact with this person, and you have to stay at least 500 feet away from her home, place of employment, or school at all times. Do you understand that?
The individual, the alleged victim in this case.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, good luck. Mirna Vallejo.
Judge, she's gonna need the interpreter.
Okay. All right, Ms. Vallejo, good afternoon. You are before the court. It is alleged that on June 23rd of this year in a restaurant by the name of La Hacienda, located at 18306 Northwest 68th Street, or 68th Avenue, Unit F. I think it's a restaurant. Yes. Well, actually, maybe it's a business. I'm not sure. No, it looks like it may be a place of residence. You committed the offense of aggravated battery. And the alleged victim is a person by the name of Kendra Guzman. Okay.
Buenas tardes, señora. Se encuentra aquí porque hay un alegato en su contra del día 23 de junio de este año en el restaurante La Hacienda, localizado en la 18306 del Noroeste y 68 Avenida Unidad F, restaurante o negocio. Y se alega que en este lugar usted cometió el delito de agresión física con agravantes en contra de una víctima de nombre Kendra Guzmán.
And I think I clarified myself. I don't think this is a restaurant. It may be a place, a residence. I'm not certain. This is a mother-daughter, apparently, relationship. Is there anybody here on this case, count state?
Parece que ya lo aclaré anteriormente, no es un restaurante, puede ser que se trate de una residencia. Esto es un caso entre madre e hija. Señora fiscal, ¿tiene a la víctima aquí presente?
It looks like she's a bonds person here for her.
Me parece que tenemos a un fiador presente para ella.
This is charged as an aggravated battery.
El cargo en el expediente es agresión física con agravantes.
Bruising in the right arm and right thigh, but denied medical attention.
Aquí dice que hubo un moretón o lesión en el brazo derecho y muslo derecho.
Yeah.
Necesito ayuda médica.
We have both have the same address. Okay.
La misma dirección para ambas.
All right, I'm finding probable cause, setting bond at $7,500 with no contact order. Stay away.
Entonces voy a fijar fianza por la cantidad de $7,500, además una orden de que no podrá haber contacto o comunicación.
All right, so Ms. Vallejo, if you are able to post bond, you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim, Kendra Cruzman. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from her home of employment or school at all times.
Entonces, señora Vallejo, si usted es liberada luego de pagar la fianza, no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto o comunicación, ya sea de manera directa o indirecta, con la víctima Kendra Guzmán. Tiene que permanecer al menos a 500 pies de ella, de su residencia, lugar de empleo y lugar de estudios en todo momento.
Okay, if you have personal belongings in the property, you have 48 hours from the date of your release to go with law enforcement officer to the premises and retrieve your personal belongings. Understood?
Si usted tiene efectos personales en la residencia, tiene hasta 48 horas después de su liberación con escolta de un oficial del orden público para buscar sus pertenencias.
I'm
¿Lo ha
sorry, Judge.
entendido?
She said that's a home.
Right, I figured it was it's a unit, there are different units, but I saw that the address is, so it's a living apartment building, whatever with that name. That's what I figured. Okay.
Está explicando que se trata de una residencia. Sí, eso me imaginaba porque decía un número de unidad. Debe ser un complejo de viviendas.
All right, Yolanda Carter, page 2.
Sorry, Judge. Briefly, I just want to be heard on the issue of probable cause. I understand there was unfortunately some ruckus that I couldn't interject, but I just want to make my points for the record. So as Your Honor pointed out, the victim had bruising, which had occurred over the course of 3 days. She denied medical attention. I don't believe this falls under great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement for purposes of aggravated battery. Therefore, I'd ask you to find simple probable cause for simple battery.
Su señoría, si me permite brevemente argumentar el motivo fundado, desafortunadamente no pude hacerlo antes por la habladuría. En este caso se explica que la víctima sufrió moraduras que ocurrieron en un periodo de tiempo de 3 días y que no aceptó ayuda médica. Me parece que como no ha habido ningún tipo de lesión grave o desfiguración permanente, se puede hallar motivo fundado más bien para una agresión simple.
Actually, I already passed on the A form, but I think it said heavily bruised area. It wasn't just bruised.
Ya le he pasado el informe de arresto a la Secretaría de Actas, pero me parece que lo que explicaba era que estaba gravemente amoretonada.
It does say heavy bruising, Judge. However, I would like to point out that the victim did not seek medical attention for 3 days following the event.
I pointed that to everybody. All right, and your objection is noted. Yolanda Carter.
Your Honor, her misdemeanor case, she received $1 bond.
Got it. Okay. Is this Ms. Carter? Yes? All right, good afternoon, Ms. Carter. It's alleged that on June 26th, in the vicinity of 2471 Northwest 63rd Street, you committed the offense of possession of suspect cocaine and one count of obstruction by a disguised person.
The obstruction by disguise should be false name after arrest. The A form has a Tennessee address requesting a bond.
Which is the case, the misdemeanor that she got $1 on?
It was a bench warrant?
Bench warrant B20.
On a
11365.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, first count, I'm making finding probable cause $2,500. Second count, I'm assessing $250.
And Judge, is that PC as to obstruction by a disguised person or as to false name?
Does it make a difference?
I think there's PC for the false name.
Yeah, there's PC for the false name. I would argue that there's no PC for obstruction by a disguised person.
Does it make a difference? It's still the same thing, right?
That's for the monetary amount, yes.
Right. I lowered it. Okay. Corrections, you got that? One first count 2,500, the other one 250.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next case is Roberto Garcia.
Reset for tomorrow, Ward D.
Okay. Reset. All right. Jonathan Suarez.
Your Honor, he's a VFox. He's out on probation on 2 cases. And also on his traffic case, he received $1 bond for Judge Newman.
All right, thank you. All right, I have him out on probation in case number F23-24080. You said there's another one?
I have F23-13399 as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Suarez, you speak English, right? Okay.
He said yes.
You're before the court today because it's alleged that on June 26th in the vicinity of Northwest 17th Avenue and 119th Street, you committed the offenses of 1 count of fleeing and eluding a police officer with lights and sirens, 3rd-degree felony, 1 count of resisting an officer without violence to his person, and driving while license suspended, which is a traffic. Okay, so I appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You just take a look at the, and you have a probation hold on 2 cases that I already named on the record. All right, I'm making a finding of probable cause bond on count 1, 2,500, count 2, $250. Yasmani Betancourt.
Mr. Betancourt's going to need the interpreter.
Thank you.
Your Honor, did we pass with the Azaza?
The who? Who? We just did, we, no, just,
Disregard, Your Honor.
okay. Okay, is this Mr. Betancourt? Okay, he needs an interpreter, right? Mr. Betancourt? You are before the court, sir. It's alleged that on June 26th of 2025, in the area of 3191 Northeast First Avenue, you committed the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Buenas tardes, señor Betancourt. Se alega que usted el día 26 de junio de 2025, en las inmediaciones de la 3191 del Noreste y Primera Avenida, cometió el delito de agresión con agravantes con arma mortífera.
The alleged victim is Jeffrey Alexander.
La presunta víctima es Jeffrey Alexander.
And this supposedly took place at Trader Joe's.
Y esto presuntamente ocurrió en Trader Joe's.
I review the arrest affidavit. I make a finding of probable cause.
He revisado el informe de arresto y hay un motivo fundado para la acusación.
$5,000 bond with a stay away order.
Fianza de $5,000 con una orden de alejamiento.
Sir, if you are released or able to post a bond, you're prohibited from having any contact with a victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the person, his home, place of employment, or school at all times. And that's no contact, direct or indirect.
Bien, señor, una vez liberado, se le prohíbe tener cualquier tipo de contacto o comunicación con la víctima. Debe permanecer al menos a 500 pies en todo momento de esta persona, de su lugar de empleo, lugar de estudio, su residencia, en todo momento. Ningún tipo de comunicación o contacto de manera directa o indirecta.
Understood?
¿Lo entendió?
All right, Ibrahim Kala Sanchez.
He's a bond out. I have him as a bond out. Okay.
Bond out, Your Honor.
On Kala? Okay. All right, the next one is Timothy Aviles. Is that this gentleman? Okay. All right, Mr. Aviles, my understanding is you have 2 cases. Let's see here. All right, the first case is 25-13398. There is alleged that on June 26th of this year, in the area of 221499 Southwest 114th Court of Miami, you committed the following offenses. The 1 count of possession of suspected MDMA, 1 count of tampering with physical evidence, 1 count with possession with intent to use drug paraphernalia, 1 count of resisting an officer without violence to his person. In case number 25-13434, it is alleged that on June 4th of this year, in the area of 21151 South Dixie Highway, you committed the offense of petty theft with 2 or more convictions, which is a felony of the 3rd degree. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to take a look at the arrest affidavits and address your bond status, sir. Defense, do you have any arguments?
Yeah, Judge, as to the case ending in 3-4, the petty theft, 2 or more convictions, I'm looking at his priors. I only see 1 conviction for petty theft, F19018286. I don't see a second conviction. Therefore, I believe there's only probable cause for simple petty theft.
There's 1 in 2020. That's the one you're referring to? Wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. I don't have 1 here, it looks like.
Additionally, the case numbers for the convictions of the petty theft are not listed in the narrative of the A form.
I don't think they need to be listed. Petty theft with 1 prior conviction becomes an M1.
I think that's the only thing I saw on the record, 1.
Unless he's got something out of the county.
Which is why I would ask if there would be something listed in the A form that would indicate that. But from what I'm seeing in the 4 corners and from his local priors, I only see 1 conviction.
All right, $500 bond on that one. PC only, one conviction. What about the one with the? It's the one ending in 13398.
Judge, I'll simply state that I don't believe these officers have probable cause to stop Mr. Aviles in the streets at this point. They state they observed a male and female loitering in an area of 21499 Southwest 114th Court. It does say that the area is known for narcotic sales, usage, and violent crimes. However, there's nothing indicating that Mr. Aviles or his female companion were engaging in any sort of criminal activity that would warrant the officers detaining them. I don't believe there's reasonable articulable suspicion of any criminal activity outside of what they allege to have seen. I don't believe they have the right to stop them, and therefore I don't believe they have the right to search Mr. Aviles or detain him otherwise.
So just that can be litigated at a later time. I think that there is PC. My only issue was the MDMA. I don't know if it talks about any MDMA being recovered.
Where does it say that it was? It doesn't say it. This is I've read this twice. I can't find it. All right, what do you want to do with this? Because I'm not finding PC on this.
I'm not going to bring the officer and judge, but we're not here to litigate.
You have a right to bring in your officers. I mean, obviously, but this is so
if there's a motion, if there's a search and seizure motion at a later point, we'll obviously bring in the officers.
okay, so perhaps I'm missing it. Where does it say that what they recovered was MDMA?
It doesn't say that. I'll stipulate to the ROR on one.
Okay. Tampering with physical evidence. Let's go over that one.
He said that he spit out a pipe.
Pipe. Okay. A pipe. A glass pipe is what it says, to be specific. Does it say it has residue? Doesn't say anything.
I'll bring the officer in for PC and judge.
All right, where do you want to set it for PC?
Tomorrow.
PC hearing. June 28th in the morning. Okay. All right, next case is Jose Ramirez. This is on page 4.
Sorry, Judge, are we giving him a monetary bond on these remaining counts?
No. I
Reset for PCH for bond.
For PC hearing.
Your Honor, is he allowed to bond out or you placing a hold?
I'm not
Yeah,
putting,
I guess.
I mean, if he wants to put the standard bond on whatever's charged, I'm just not finding PC on any of them. So the state has asked for a probable cause hearing tomorrow and it'll be set in the morning.
But the state's not requesting any kind of hold. If he chooses to bond out before the hearing, the state's got no objection.
Your Honor, for the 13434, you said a bond of 500, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Jose Ramirez. Let's see. Mr. Ramirez, do you speak English?
He does.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ramirez, it's alleged that yesterday you committed the following offenses in the vicinity of Southwest 266th Street and 137th Avenue in Miami. One count of possession of a controlled, actually armed possession of cannabis, carrying a concealed firearm. It says here possession of cannabis more than 20 grams, which is a felony amount, openly carrying a weapon, Take a look. I appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I will take a look at the A form now. For purposes of probable cause. State, would you please address the weapons charges?
Right, so it can't be concealed and open carry. So if you're on ROR count 2.
All right, it's to count 1 that has a standard bond of $7,500. He's got 2, both count 1 and count 3 is the same cannabis.
Right, so if your honor would split the bond between them, is that $1 on one of them?
First count 7,500, second count ROR, third count $1, fourth count $1. Jose Jairo.
Yeah, sure. Just state that this second case is also getting reset instead of the bond that you put.
I already set this case bond.
So since we're resetting this one, they both have to be reset, or this one's gonna fall off the calendar and he's not gonna get a bond.
I don't understand. I set a bond on this at $500.
Right, but since we're resetting the first case, we can't set a bond on the second one. Because they're linked together.
Okay, do the attorneys understand what the clerk is telling me? We're gonna go back now on Aviles. Okay, wait a moment, Mr. Jairo, 1 second. I just need to clarify so that the PD also understands. In the case of Aviles, he had 2 cases, one of which was a petty theft. I found one or more convictions, which I set bond at a first degree misdemeanor of $500. And then the second one is the one with the substance and I did not find controlled substance. I didn't find or tampering the PC and it's set for PC hearing. So I'm being told by the clerk that because these 2 cases are traveling together, I can't set a bond on one. They're both going to go together, even though he can technically post bond on everything.
You can write on the 8 one for the judge tomorrow that you already found probable cause on the second case. So that
I've never heard of this. I mean, I don't know. I've never heard of this because there's different A forms. They're different cases. The court did find probable cause on the 2513434. Look, whatever's going to be, because even the question was asked by the PD on the one that I didn't find probable cause if there was a hold. There is no hold. And the state confirmed that. If he wants to post the standard bond on these cases, he could bond out today. But because it's being set for PC hearing, now you're telling me that I can't set the bond on the other case. All right. And if I don't set it, it would be a felony amount, which is what the statutory is charged. It would be like $2,500 instead of $500. Madam PD and state, are you I'm sorry, I just never, I wasn't aware of this.
The only thing I can say, I don't know if council wants to talk to her client, see if he's got any money for a bond, and maybe we could not do the PC hearing and just reduce the bonds.
Right, because it sounds like it's an administrative issue.
Yes.
Brought to the court's attention, and quite frankly, I think it's prejudicial to the defendant. He's not gonna be able to, but.
Yep.
Okay, so, look, we can recall it, but what do you want me to do if it doesn't resolve? Just put in there that I have found PC, okay?
So that way tomorrow.
I have found PC for one privilege, okay. $500, there we go, and then. There you go, that should help, okay?
All right.
All
And
right.
sorry, Judge, that was PC as to,
The conviction, the petty theft with one conviction.
okay,
But that way they'll see it, that it's already been found. For a lesser.
okay.
Okay. All right, Jose Haedo on bottom of page 4. All right, Mr. Haedo, he speaks English, yes? Okay, all right.
He
so
does.
My understanding is he's on probation in 2 cases, so he's gonna have a hold in 2 cases, and those are case numbers F24-17726 and F23-8835 out of Division 3, okay?
So I don't know, I'm okay with an ROR on count 1, or if council wants to stipulate to $1 because he's got the hold, that's fine too.
We'll stipulate to $1.
On number,
On the burglary tools, because the tools weren't used to commit a burglary, they were used to take the bike.
all right, I didn't even tell him, so he's charged with 1 count of possession of burglary tools, 1 count of criminal mischief, $200 or less, and 1 count of petty theft. Okay.
So Judge, no PC. Just $1 on count 1.
Well, there's a difference between no P. That's.
Oh,
fine.
I'm sorry.
No, this was like, I heard that they do stipulate, I could find no PC and then just said, but if there's no PC, it's an RR.
Right, no,
Also want to agree to $1, either way, I don't care.
we agree to $1.
Okay, so $1, I put there stipulated. Count 2, it's $100, and count 3, what is this, a petty theft?
Bike.
$100, okay. Juan Pelez,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat the bond?
count 1, $1, count 2 and 3, $100 each.
Thank you. And a hold for the 2 cases, correct?
A hold, yes, on the probation cases that I read on the record, yeah. Juan Pelez. Mr. Pelez, do you speak English?
He does.
Okay. Sir, you are charged with 1 count of trafficking in ecstasy. Supposedly taking place yesterday in the vicinity of 450 Northwest 37th Avenue. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. He doesn't have any other holds, right?
No holds.
Are you requesting an EBIA?
No, the officer didn't ask for one.
Not hearing any arguments, so. $15,000 standard bond. Next case, Tavon Brown.
Your Honor, on his traffic case, he received $1 bond.
Okay. Mr. Brown, good afternoon, sir. You are charged with 1 count of possession with intent to sell cocaine. Okay. And this is in the area of 2471 Northwest 63rd Street.
So just possession with intent, no public housing enhancements. Be a second-degree felony.
Standard bond, $7,500. Next case, Keith Cobbs.
He's a bond out.
Bond out, okay. This is Mr. Sanchez Rosales?
Yes, and he does need the interpreter.
Yes, okay. All right, Mr. Sanchez, you are before the court. It's alleged that you committed on June 24th the offense of violation of the Florida litter law.
Buenas tardes, señor Sánchez. Se encuentra ante el tribunal porque se alega que el 24 de junio cometió el delito de quebrantar la ley de tirar basura de la Florida.
Where do you live, sir?
¿Dónde vive, señor?
Que no me sé la dirección.
Give me an address.
Perdón, ¿cuál es su dirección?
No me la sé bien, que no veo bien ahí.
I don't know it well. I can't see that very well.
Sir, is your address 13940 Southwest 181st Terrace in Miami?
Señor, su dirección es 13940 del sur oeste, Southwest y 181 Terras.
Yes.
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
¿Hace cuánto tiempo que vive ahí?
Desde que llegué.
Ever since I came?
2019.
2019.
Okay. Do you have a family or a friend that you can give me a telephone number that they can confirm that you live there?
¿Tiene algún número de teléfono de algún familiar o algún amigo que me pueda confirmar su dirección, que me pueda dar el número de teléfono?
No.
But Your Honor, just do pre-trial, and then if they can verify it, he'll be released.
I'm going to give him pretrial services alternate bond, $500. Okay.
Se le concede el programa de servicios previo a juicio para que sea liberado sin pagar fianza. De no ser aceptado, la fianza alternativa es de $500.
Paso.
Your Honor, he received $1 bond on his traffic case.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ibaza, do you speak English?
He said yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
You're accused of committing the possession with intent to sell and manufacture suspect cannabis, marijuana, in the vicinity of Southwest 88th Street and 107th Avenue. Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you.
So I think the better charge would be possession of over 20 grams, third-degree felony.
No.
All right, I'm setting the bond at $2,500. You've asked state on that one for stay away order from Continental Freight.
No, it must be from a different case, Judge.
That's the one that's coming up. Okay, sorry. Is this Mr. Dominguez?
No, Judge, he's a bond out.
Bond out, Your Honor.
I missed that one. Thank you. Okay. This is a bond out. This one is this Mr. Dwayne Smith?
Mr. Smith refused court, Your Honor.
So we can reset it for tomorrow.
Okay, so let me just write this down. Dwayne Smith. Refused. Reset. Wait a minute. Here it is. All right, the next one should be Samuel, Taiwan Samuel, is that this gentleman?
Your Honor, Mr. Samuel received a dollar bond on his NBDL.
Okay, thank you. Is this gentleman though? Is that him?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Samuel, sir, you're before the court. It's alleged that on June 26th, you committed the following offenses: trafficking in fentanyl of 20 grams or more, one count of trafficking in MDMA, trafficking in cocaine, and it says here trafficking in, I'm not even sure what this says.
Should be fentanyl, MDMA, cocaine, and possession of a place for the purpose of trafficking.
Possession of what?
A place for the purpose of trafficking.
Oh, because it says owner rent for purpose of trafficking. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay. Let's see. All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let's see here. Does he have any holds? It doesn't look like it.
The state did file a motion for pretrial detention.
And Judge, I don't believe that there's probable cause for any of the F1 charges alleged in this A form. The A form specifically states that when the police officers saw him fleeing eastbound from the listed residence, they found him outside of the listed residence. When they searched his person, they found in his right pocket one clear baggie containing two suspect oxycodone pills plus or minus 1 gram. Now that's the only thing that was found on his actual person. Then it says, once the house was deemed secure by MDSO Special Response Team, the detective took over the investigation and the following evidence was found. And that's where they find the suspect marijuana, the MDMA, street level narcotics, clear baggie containing oxycodone pills, suspect fentanyl, suspect crack cocaine, translucent baggies. These were all, and suspect marijuana. These were all found inside the home, and there's nothing in the A form that indicates that this home belongs to Mr. Samuel. So I don't believe that there is any evidence that Mr. Samuel actually or constructively possessed any of these charges, with the exception of possibly the oxycodone pills, which is not specifically charged here today.
So Judge, he fled from the window when the police were conducting the search warrant, and the items were found in the kitchen. I believe he would have been in constructive possession, and he did have knowledge of the illicit nature of the items found in the house because he fled when the police executed that search warrant. And I don't believe anyone else was present within the house. He was the only person arrested.
I think that's a huge leap of faith. There was an execution, obviously, of the search warrant. Okay, and then it says here that Samuel, the defendant, was fleeing eastbound from the listed residence through a room window. Okay.
So he fled through the window, and then in the house that he fled from, they found these drugs in the kitchen.
Correct, however, but that doesn't necessarily impute knowledge of what's necessarily in the kitchen. He
Well,
could have been
there's money
fleeing
on
from
the
the police
floor,
because
there's-
he allegedly had possession of the oxycodone pills on his person, and he could have been arrested for that specific charge.
There's money on the floor, there's drugs on the floor.
Who does it say that this is his house?
Right, but I think it may be a trap house, a location where they're selling drugs out of. He doesn't need to own the house
Exactly.
for him to be in constructive possession of the items therein. And he knew of the illicit nature of the items because he fled from the house once the police executed the search warrant. He jumped out a window.
But one of the charges is possession of a house for purposes of trafficking.
So I'll stipulate to an ROR on that count, but I think there's PC on the other ones.
Search of his person revealed one clear baggie containing 2 suspect oxycodone pills. That is it that this court can find
So
related.
set it for PCH.
There we go. So let's set.
And it is overstate's objection. I believe there is probable cause.
Okay. Probable cause hearing tomorrow, 6/28. Yeah.
That's for Mr. Samuel, Your Honor?
Yes. No PC found except possession of 2 oxycodone pills. Ray Sinat. Is this Mr. Sanat? Is this Mr. Sanat?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sanat, you're before the court. It's alleged, sir, that you committed the following offenses on June 26th in the vicinity of 11700 Northeast 16th Avenue. Possession with intent to sell, it's a crack cocaine, actually selling of crack cocaine, second-degree felony. Possession with intent to sell within 1,000 feet of a church convenience store of cocaine, crack cocaine, and tampering with physical evidence. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. We're going to take a look at the arrest affidavit and determine your bond status. State, the A form says that Biscayne Shores and Garden Park is within 1,000 feet of the arrest incident. This is charged as count 2, sale within 1,000 feet of a church convenience store or convenience store. Is
The
this
statute also includes park.
Pardon me, a park?
Statute also includes parks. I can pull it.
And that's the, all right.
My issue, Judge, is the multiple counts charge.
Well, one's an F1, one's an F2. All right, any argument on this? Because I'm
Judge,
all right, I'm inclined to find causes to count 2, which is a $15,000 bond, count 1, $1, and count 3, $2,500.
Your Honor, it's a total of 5 counts.
Oh, that's what Miss Ed, what's the name? Okay, I didn't look at that. It is 5 counts, so it's 1, 2. Well, then counts 1 because they're all. I think it's the same drugs that were.
I don't know if they're trying to charge him for the sales, but it looks like they didn't arrest any of the buyers.
Didn't.
I'm not sure we can.
So what's the suggestion?
So 15,000 count 1, ROR count 2, $1 count 3, ROR 4.
I can't even read what I wrote here. All right, count 1, 15,000. But count 1 is just a sale of cocaine, a second. That's 1 and 2.
I was just gonna, my suggestion, Judge, was just RR, the duplicative count.
This, okay. So let's make this count one. I had put because if you consider the sale, which is count three, it would be count three. That's the one that I had put 15,000 and the other one.
Okay, sorry, then I got it wrong. Just
These are-
RR, the second count of the first two charges.
$1, count three, 15,000. Count four, ROR, which is a duplicitous one, and then count five would be 2,500. Okay, so let me repeat this. Count one is an ROR, count two, $1, count three, 15,000, count four, ROR, count five, 2,500. Okay. All right. Javonta Joseph on page 7. Is this Mr. Joseph? Yes, okay, sir.
Yes,
You're
Judge.
charged with one count of possession of cannabis within 1,000 feet of public housing, one count of tampering with physical evidence. And this was on June 27th of 2025 in the vicinity of 26863 Southwest 128th Avenue. Okay. Count one, 7,500.
Judge, count one, it should just be possession of cannabis. There's no enhancement for simple possession.
And this was plus or minus 10 grams. So no enhancement?
Nope, there's only an enhancement for intent.
So then this is a misdemeanor.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so that's $500. Count one. And then count two. That's the dropping. So that's $2,500. That's it. Henderson, Kevin Henderson.
Your Honor, refuse court, we set for tomorrow.
Judge, Mr. Hernandez is gonna need the Spanish interpreter.
Mr. Hernandez, okay. All right, Mr. Hernandez, sir, you're here before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of grand theft in the 3rd degree and use of a fraudulent credit card on June 26th in the vicinity of 900 South Miami Avenue.
Señor Hernández se encuentra aquí porque se alega que cometió el delito de hurto mayor en el 3er grado y además estar en tenencia de una tarjeta de crédito fraudulenta, incidente del 26 de junio, ocurrido en la 900 South Miami Avenue.
I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and I'm going to take a look at your, the probable cause and your bond status.
He nombrado a la oficina del abogado de oficio para que los represente y voy a mirar el informe de arresto para determinar el motivo fundado.
Any argument on this?
¿Algún argumento al respecto?
Oh, no, not for you.
Do you have any? Are these his first offenses?
Yes, Judge.
¿No hay argumento? ¿Sería esto de su primer delito? Sí.
And Judge, it does look like he has a local address. We asked that he be released to pretrial services.
Al parecer tiene dirección local, señoría. Pedimos que sea liberado bajo el programa de servicios previo a juicio.
Where do you live, Mr. Hernandez?
¿Dónde vive, señor Hernández?
410 Southwest 10th Avenue, apartamento 2.
How long have you lived there?
¿Hace cuánto tiempo que vive en esa dirección?
Hace alrededor de 5 meses.
About 5 months.
Okay. Looks like the reading of the A form is that he assisted the police towards the end. I'm going to refer him to pretrial services, alternate bond. It's going to be count 1 and 2. It's $2,500 each.
Bien, al parecer, según lo que dice el informe de arresto, ofreció cooperación a la policía. Después de ser arrestado, le voy a conceder el programa de servicios previo a juicio para que sea liberado. Las fianzas alternativas son de $2,500 por cada cargo.
All right, good luck, sir. D'Angelo Gonzalez.
Buena suerte, señor.
Is this Mr. Gonzalez? Yes? Do you speak English? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir, you're charged with 1 count of possession of some kind of mushroom, controlled substance, possession with I said, or sale of cannabis, and possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis. And this occurred supposedly on June 26th in the vicinity of Southwest 256th Street and 112th Avenue. This is his first offense, or first offenses, correct, State?
No, he has nothing else I'm aware of.
So these are a couple of baggies, right? And a scale. Okay.
Yeah, it's a felony amount of cannabis. Your Honor wants to give him pretrial, that's okay.
It's first offense. All right, pretrial services, alternate bond is the following. I think they're all thirds.
I think his mom may have been here all morning. Hold on, let me see if this the person whose mom was here. Yeah, his mom's been here all morning. So he's gonna get out for free on a program. Make sure you pick up your phone when the program calls. It'll probably take a few hours.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So he can get out for free on a program, but they gotta verify his address. But it's gonna be late before he gets released. It takes a while for corrections to let him out.
Okay.
Okay, so alternate bond is gonna be in count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500, count 3, $1. Okay. If he gets in trouble again, he's gonna be back in court. And that pretrial services, so you need to keep an eye on him, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Brian Weir, W-E-I-R?
He's a bond out, Judge. Mr. Delgado is going to need the Spanish interpreter.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, you're here before the court, sir, on account of attempted burglary of an occupied dwelling taking place on June 16th of this year in 65 West 28th Street in Hialeah.
28th Street, Your Honor, for the interpreter.
Street, yes, 65 West 28th Street.
Thank you. Señor, se encuentra aquí porque se le acusa de cometer el delito de intento de allanamiento de una morada ocupada el día 16 de junio en la dirección 65 West y 28 Calle.
I think we need a hearing, Judge.
No, yeah. Yep. Okay, all right, Mr. Delgado, the arrest affidavit doesn't really, tell me what I need to see and read so I can make a probable cause finding. The state of Florida has a right to bring in witnesses or the police officer to have a hearing so that the court can determine probable cause. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reset this for tomorrow. The standard bond on this, they have it as a third, but yeah, because it's an attempt, so it's $2,500. That's so.
Bien, señor Delgado, en el informe de arresto no tengo la información necesaria, lo que necesito ver para hallar motivo fundado. La fiscalía tiene derecho a traer testigos y al oficial para que declaren y determinemos si hay motivo fundado, así que voy a aplazar este caso hasta el día de mañana. La fianza estándar por estos cargos es de $2,500.
Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
All right, Richard Rowe.
Your Honor, Mr. Delgado reset for PCH for tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So this is Richard.
Your Honor, Mr. Rowe has a fugitive warrant from Broward County, total bond 500.
All right, Mr. Rowe, you're here before the court because it's alleged that on June 26th, on the Florida Turnpike northbound extension, you committed the offense of possession of a barrel shotgun rifle, short barrel, I'm sorry. Armed possession of a controlled substance and possession of cannabis 20 grams or less. Point of the public defender's office. Let me take a look at the, I advise you to have a fugitive warrant out of Broward County as well, on a hold on that. Wow. Okay. All right, he's got the mushrooms, but it's made armed because he has the weapons in the car, so. What's a warrant in Broward for?
It's only for $500. What is it for, corrections?
Or
I'm sorry, what was that?
What were the charges in Broward?
It says not having a valid driver's license.
It says misdemeanor KPS, suspended driver's license, first offense. He has a bond of 500.
All right, well, counts 1 and 2 carry $75 bond each, and count 3 $1.
That's 7,500, 1 and 2, and the dollar count 3.
Alberto Mosqueda. Mr. Mosqueda, do you speak English? Do you speak English? Okay.
He does.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
This is a driving while license suspended habitual. A form says, in revealed he's an habitual offender as of May 24th, 2024. Does he have anything else? I'm looking at his.
Nothing open, but he's got a pretty bad driving record. I see multiple convictions for fleeing and eluding, reckless driving, HTO, DWLS, third or subsequent conviction.
$2,500 standard bond. Melendez Garcia. Is that you? Do you speak English?
He does.
Okay. All right, possession of controlled substance, suspect cocaine on June 26th in Hialeah. Let's see what his record. This is it looks like a first time.
Yeah, he has no local priors, Judge.
All right. How long have you lived at 60 Northwest 37th Avenue, sir?
Yeah, that's my apartment.
How long?
Oh, 11 years.
Pretrial services, alternate bond. $1,000. Gonzalez Milian.
Gonna need the Spanish interpreter.
Mr. Milian, well, okay, you're accused of the following offenses, sir. 1 count of armed possession of a controlled substance, methamphetamine, within 1,000 feet of a school, is what it says. Possession of cocaine with a firearm. Possession with intent to sell, manufacture methamphetamine, and then the DWLS. And this
Your Honor, on his 2 misdemeanor cases, he received a bond of 150 on each case. Also, he's out on F-25 139.
Bien, señor Milian, se le acusa de los siguientes delitos. Se le acusa de tenencia armada de una sustancia regulada, metanfetaminas a 1000 pies de una escuela, tenencia de cocaína con arma de fuego, tenencia con intención de venta, manufactura metanfetaminas y conducir con licencia suspendida. Además, tiene 2 casos de delitos menores por los cuales ya se le dio una fianza de $150 por cada uno. Estaba libre además por el caso F-25139.
So he's gonna have a hold on that F-25 139.
So Judge, no enhancements. It looks like it's a traffic stop.
No se eleva el delito, al parecer se trata de que lo detuvo un oficial.
Yeah. Well, the gun was inside the roof compartment of the vehicle. And the magazine in his hip.
Al parecer el peine se encontraba en la cintura.
I don't see anything about 1,000 feet of a school.
No, Judge, I'm not asking for it.
Because I didn't see
It does talk about 1,000 feet of a daycare in a school, but because it's a traffic stop, I'm not asking for it.
No veo información de la localización de la escuela a 1000 pies, pero como se trata de que lo detuvieron en el tránsito, la fiscalía no va a estar pidiendo que se incluya.
Correct?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear you.
I said, so these become basically third-degree felonies.
Yep.
Entonces, esto significa que básicamente se convierten todos en delitos mayores en el tercer grado. Sí.
And 1 and 3 are, it's the same thing. Let me go back. It looks like it's the same.
Yes, yes, Judge.
All right.
Y el cargo número 1 y el cargo número 3 son iguales. Así es, señoría.
All right, so count 1 is going to be 2,500. Felony in the third degree. Count 2 is going to be 2,500. Count 3 is going to be $1.
Bien, para el cargo número 1, $2,500 de fianza, delito mayor en el tercer grado. Cargo número 2, $2,500 de fianza. Cargo número 3, $1 de fianza.
Okay, good luck, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor. Es todo.
All right, next case is Suarez Ramirez.
Your Honor, he has a hold for immigration.
He needs a Spanish interpreter.
All right, Mr. Suarez Ramirez, it is alleged that you committed the offense of armed, it looks like armed trafficking of MDMA on June
Buenas-
20,
I'm sorry, on June 25th.
on June 26, yesterday.
Ok. Señor Suárez Ramírez se alega que cometió el delito de narcotráfico de la sustancia MDMA mientras estaba armado el día 26 de junio.
I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and I'm looking at the A form to determine your bond status, sir.
Le he nombrado al abogado de oficio para que lo represente y estoy revisando su informe de arresto para determinar si hay motivo fundado, señor.
All right, any argument? You haven't filed for any enhancements?
No, requesting that the defendant be held without bond pending an Arthur hearing.
La fiscalía está pidiendo que el acusado sea detenido sin fianza pendiente a una audiencia Arthur para revisión de fianza.
Typically, how do you handle, have you scheduled the Arthurs, or will they be scheduled after the court rules today?
The defense attorney needs to schedule it.
Y comúnmente, ¿cómo lidian con este tipo de audiencias? El abogado de la defensa lo pone en agenda.
Okay, defense?
Judge, I understand the court's inclined to hold him without bond. I also understand that he has an ICE hold.
Algo que tenga que decir la defensa, su señoría, veo que tiene la intención de mantenerlo detenido sin fianza, que además tiene una orden de detención de inmigración.
All right, I mean, I've read the A form. It's a pretty detailed, this is involved the CI operation. I'm gonna hold him no bond, and you guys can schedule the Arthur hearing, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Bien, entonces he leído el informe de arresto, es bastante detallado, se trata de un informante confidencial, lo voy a mantener detenido sin fianza y los abogados se pueden encargar de agendar la audiencia Arthur.
And he does have an ICE hold. David De Jesus on page 10.
Your Honor, that's not a hold for PTD, correct?
No.
Okay, thank you.
He just held no bond.
The other gentleman only an ICE hold is what I heard, but he's no bond. This is Mr. De Jesus. Does he speak English?
He is gonna need the interpreter.
All right, Mr. De Jesus, First of all, it looks like he's out on felony bond in case number F25-10932. Is that correct? Corrections?
Correct, Your Honor. He
Al
also
pare-
a dollar bond on his traffic case.
Okay. All right. On this case, he is charged with having committed the offense of fleeing and eluding a police officer and reckless driving, which is traffic.
Bien, el señor de Jesús está libre bajo el caso F25-10932. Además, se le concedió $1 de fianza por su caso de tránsito. En este caso se le acusa de huir o evadir a la policía y conducción temeraria.
Okay. All right. $2,500 bond on this case and felony hold on the other.
Fianza
Next.
de $2,500 por este caso y una orden de detención por su caso abierto de delito mayor.
Michael Serpa, bottom of page 10.
Bond out.
Gregory Poole. Is that Mr. Poole?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Poole, you're charged with 1 count of strong arm robbery and 1 count of simple battery occurring yesterday in the vicinity of 19173 South Dixie Highway. Alleged victim has initials KJ. Okay. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to take a look at your A form now. This is co-defendant to Luisa Perez.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. I assume the state had the same argument as co-defendant, correct?
He's arguing more culpable, or he's the one who actually, did the taking.
All right, I'm finding probable cause, setting bond in count 1, 7,500. And in count 2, 1,000 with a stay away order. Mr. Fool, if you're able to post bond, one of the conditions is that you have to have no direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in the case whose initials are KJ. That means no contact in person, in writing, by phone, by pager, or through third persons or social media. You understand that?
He said yes.
All right, Livian Casola.
Fuse court reset for tomorrow.
I'm sorry, you said
He
refuse?
refused. There added charges. I don't know if council wants to waive his presence.
These
Hmm.
more conditions.
We can waive his presence, Judge.
Okay. All right, so I'll note here. Waive presence. Standard bond on these is 2,500. And this is case number 25-13387, 25-13388. And 13387. 86, 87, and 88. Okay.
Your Honor, that was 2,500 on all three cases, correct?
Each of the cases.
Thank you.
Juan Villar Casola.
Judge, we can waive his presence.
This is also an added charge?
Yes.
Cheney, okay. $2,500 standard bond.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was for who?
Yeah, or Villar Casola on the bottom of page 11, top of page 12. The PD waived his presence, set standard bond at 2,500.
Thank you.
Welcome. We already did Anthony Ernest, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next one is Kindelan. These are added charges as well?
These are added charges, NBC.
Okay. So you just, is that, what do you want to do?
No, just, I don't know if council waive his presence.
We'll
Unless you-
proceed waive their presence.
Yes or no? I didn't hear you. I was talking
Oh,
over.
yeah, we can
Yes.
proceed. I'll waive their presence.
So standard bond on this third is 2,500. Top of page 13, Clifton Silliman.
Your Honor, NBC, these are added charges.
Got it. What is it? 160 cases. I don't know if council waive his presence.
We waive his presence.
He's got how many cases?
Corrections, what is it? Like 160?
Right now.
A lot.
A lot.
Right, okay, so I got it, okay. Okay, so these cases are in chronological order, F25 13394, F25 13395, and F25 13396. And on the 9-4, the added charges are grand theft in the third degree for motor vehicle parts and criminal mischief more than 200. So this is a third and a third degree felony and a first degree misdemeanor. So count one is 2,500 and the other one is $500. Okay. The 13395 is grand theft, also motor vehicle parts, 2,500 is the bond. And 13396, also grand theft of motor parts, and so it's 2,500 bond.
Your Honor, 13395 has two counts.
Oh,
96 as well.
you guys are keeping me on the ball. You're right. So it's, oh, 9, okay, so let's do 9-5. So it's count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500. And then 9-6 is 2, the same thing, 2,500, 2,500. Al-Kahari Albert, bottom of page 13.
Your Honor, NBC, these are added charges.
Battery by detainee.
He's not a murder. You want to waive his presence?
We waive his presence.
All right, 2,500. Let me just check. Is there only one count?
One count.
It's me on the ball here. All right, 2,500. Okay.
I think that's it.
And there's another case, which is the, for the same individual, 25-13418 is the one I'm doing now.
Your Honor, NBC, these are also added charges.
Same guy. All right, so it's one count.
Alexis.
Production of a firearm or weapon or explosive. This is, we charge it as an F2. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure, Judge, if Your Honor would set the bond for an F3.
All right, 2,500. Did we skip anything?
I think we're done.
Okay, but we didn't leave anything behind, right?
Judge, are
Okay,
you next week?
I will.
The whole week?
No, not the whole week.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, have a great weekend, everyone.
Likewise.
Thank you.